session, then you get a big fat break. And this is a perfectly timed session after Jen Daskell's talk, because we are going to talk about modern terrorist threats to the United States. I don't have to tell you, you heard it. The terrorism threat is acute. The lights are blinking red. It is not a static threat. And to kick us off, we have these three amazing speakers. We've got Sam Hunter, an IO psychologist. He will tell us about the domestic landscape. Austin Doctor, a political scientist, will give us a window into the international landscape. And then, of course, we have Martha Crenshaw. Thank you, Martha. Martha flew in from Ireland and graciously took a call from me this weekend. She's also a political scientist, and she's going to map the connections for us. So each is going to take about 10 minutes, and then we want a robust Q&A. So, be thinking about what you want to ask these folks while we have them. With that, we'll get you started, Sam. With the clicker, sorry. Do we have the...
Morning. Do a mic check. I think we're okay. Yeah, thumbs up in the back. Great. I think they'll get my slides up. Perfect. Thanks everybody for joining. We are incredibly grateful to have everyone here. I'm going to begin by thanking and acknowledging this amazing team I get a chance to work with every week. My co-PI on the project, Dr. Ligon, Drs. Bass, Dr. Neely, Dr. Parsons, soon to be Dr. Moeller, Lacey, and Carter Welch over there in the back. I also want to thank Ajmal specifically for all of his support on the project, as well as our friends at OUP. Whenever a project like this comes to fruition, there's a lot of coordinating and hoop jumping. We are incredibly grateful for all the things that it took to get started. And with that, let's get started. Spoken at length about the shooting in Buffalo, New York, so it's a good segue. This event occurred about at 8.5 months on the heels of that event. So this individual walked into a grocery store, fired several rounds into the ceiling and into the self-checkout kiosks. Local PD were deployed very quickly. He did not comply with local PD and was killed on the scene, likely preventing another mass casualty event. I choose this case for a very specific reason. It happened just on the road from here. More specifically, this was about a mile away from my home at the grocery store my daughter and I get groceries at every Sunday morning because we like the blueberries there. The reason I'm highlighting that specific case is studying the DT threat and the DVE threat is inherently intimate. These are folks that come from our states, our communities. They're sometimes our neighbors. And there's this psychological reckoning. I sort of break character a little bit. There's this psychological reckoning that happens when you realize how intimate the threat is. It makes it hard to study. It makes it hard to talk about. But we have to, because the threat is very much on the rise. Director Wray, Secretary Mayorkas have talked at length about the increasing numbers with regard to the DVE threat. A recent independent GAO report suggested a 350% increase over 8 years. So this is through 2021. In parallel with that, there's been a lot of discussion around the lone actor threat, lone wolf threat, sometimes depending upon your language. In fact, there was some research out of my former institution suggesting that lone actors are both more frequent and more deadly in their attacks. While we acknowledge the importance of this research and think it has a lot of value, there's a bit of a rub here, which we think it's a bit of an incomplete picture when we talk about the domestic violent extremism landscape. Instead, we are offering that what it means to belong to and participate in organizations has changed, and our models for terrorism and extremism need to adapt and be modernized to better capture what it means to belong to and participate in organizations. Fortunately, there has been some literature in the organizational psychology field over the last 20 or 30 years that we can lean on. It's empirically backed. There's a lot of good theory there, and that's what we've done over the last year or so. What are some of these things that I'm talking about? The nature of work has fundamentally changed. Gone are the days for a lot of Americans of the 9-to-5 job where you go in, put in your hours in the office or the factory or the shop. Instead, that's replaced with gig work. So by 2030, estimates are around 50% of the economy are going to be involved in some form of gig work. So if you don't know what that means, that's driving for Lyft on the weekends, working as a realtor during the week and picking up shifts at a diner when needed. You might be building a website for TaskRabbit. It might be walking dogs for the Rover app, might be selling things on eBay. All this is simply stating that the nature of work and our affiliation with those organizations is changing. So you're belonging to multiple organizations, you're ebbing and flowing between those organizations. And so those are very different dynamics than there was, a generation ago. I can imagine my grandfather seeing the world of work today, how he would respond to what it means to belong to an organization. In parallel with that, we're also seeing a decline with in-person participation across a bunch of other groups as well. So this includes things like decreases in the Boy Scouts, decreases in labor unions, decreases in the Masons Club and Elks Club, Lions Club, Rotary Club. Folks are going to church far less often from the 70s, about a 30% drop. We're talking to our neighbors less, by 20 points over the last 10 years or so. But we're social creatures. It's not that we don't connect or belong, we're simply shifting to how that's happening. So we're doing a lot of that online. We might not talk to our neighbors in person, but we're talking to them, sometimes about them through social media. We are not necessarily playing Little League, but we're playing, MLB 2025 on our PlayStations. We might not go to shopping malls like we did when I was a kid, but I can tell you that through my credit card statement, my daughter is definitely shopping online. Our lives are just becoming more digital. So in parallel, in some ways, in relation to that as well, there are shifts in roles for men in our society. Men are going to college at about a 70% decrease relative to women at this stage. Estimates are by 2030, about a 2-to-1 ratio of women to men in university. For men that don't go to college and only have a high school education, employment opportunities are fairly low. When they are unemployed, they tend to stay unemployed. There's even a generational issue where if a son is born and their father is unemployed, the likelihood of that son being unemployed is significantly higher, even more so than our daughters. And so what we're seeing is an increase in loneliness, an increase in depression, an increase in suicide. There's an increasing pool of young men who are rudderless, who lack purpose, who lack a sense of identity, a lack of belonging. So they are then turning to online communities and organizations to gain that sense of belonging in a way that we don't want them to. So all of this is a bit of a sort of backdrop on the shifts and what it means to belong to an organization. But what does this ultimately mean when it comes to understanding the domestic violent extremism landscape? We offer a new perspective, which is called a managed ecosystem, thanks to Aaron Bass and all of her work on this. Uber is a good example of that. So we'll use that as an analogy and then apply that to the DVE landscape. If we were to take a drone and follow an Uber driver around, they would look like a lone actor. They would set their own hours, pick up who they want to, drop off who they want to, work in the areas that they want to. But make no mistake, they can't do that job unless there's a central organization that has structure and provides the infrastructure. And there is a central organization. So Uber has a beautiful headquarters. It's all glass. Look it up. It's gorgeous. They have a CEO, a CFO, a CIO. They have an accounting department. They have an HR group that's annoyed at everybody in the organization. They fight over parking and holiday parties. They're a legit organization. But the central thesis of a managed ecosystem framework is that the locus of control is contained within the organization, but the locus of activity is outside of the organization. Nobody at Uber headquarters is picking you up from the airport. Everybody, in terms of a value proposition that is helping the organization, is occurring in many ways outside. And it's that synergistic and in some ways symbiotic relationship that helps us understand how Uber offers its value. Both of those things are necessary. This has an analog to the DVE landscape. We've got a number of organizations with command and control within that organization, yet much of the violent activity can occur outside of that organization. And so what we're doing is saying that these two are very much intertwined and interconnected with one another. And it's the, again, symbiotic relationship. And it's a more nuanced one. So we're not saying that there are members and non-members. We're acknowledging the sort of complexity and nuance from a managed ecosystem perspective. Why does this all matter? I'm going to say sort of main point twice, which is we solve the problems as they are framed. Say it again. We solve the problems as they are framed. If we continue to see membership as a dichotomy, that is, you're a member or a non-member, we begin to create participation blind spots. So we start to miss the interconnected nature of many of these relationships. If we modernize, if we apply some of these emerging frameworks, and many of it is just our mental models changing about what it means to belong and participate in organizations. If we adapt, we have a much more complete, I think, and nuanced perspective about what it means to belong to an organization. With that, the hope is that we can create more effective interventions. We can create new and better ways of disrupting the DVE landscape. As the project moved forward, we've got a range of data that we'll be analyzing, testing a lot of these things out. I'm excited about what that next year brings for us, but this kind of puts forth our sort of footprint on what we're working on. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my friend and colleague in that order, who has amazing, wonderful things to talk about with regard to the FTO landscape as well.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Tech check. All right. Good morning, everyone. Sam, thanks for the intro. And Aaron, Grace, it's a privilege to join this group, to have the gang back together again, and to have a front row seat here to Martha and to Sam's insights. As a number of national security leaders have stated and testified recently, we know that the lights are blinking red. But I don't think that that's news to anyone in the room here today. I think we're looking at our news feeds, we're looking at our academic work, at intelligence reporting, and we can all see, I think, clearly that violent extremists of numerous kinds are willing and they are occasionally able to create harm and disruption and threaten the safety of America and Americans. I was asked to speak about the international terrorism landscape. I'm going to keep these initial comments really at 30,000 feet. I want to discuss some of the broad contours, some of the sources of change that we're seeing in this space, but I'm looking forward to drilling down a bit more in Q&A and just in conversations with you all over the next couple of days. But here's where we're headed in the next 10 minutes or so. To begin, I'd like to discuss what I think we're seeing across the international threat actor landscape, thinking about these groups, the constellations or networks that they belong to, and their related operational patterns. And I want to emphasize 3 segments of that FTO, foreign terrorist organization space in particular. That is the Iran-aligned axis of resistance, the Salafi jihadist ecosystem, and the global RIMV network, the racially and ethnically motivated violent extremist network. The bottom line here is that none of these are quietly minding their own business. Instead, there seems to be a simultaneous convergence of more brazen activity across the board. And then I think there are 2 really critical questions, simple questions, but critical to any kind of dynamic threat assessment, being the identification and the classification of the threats that are enduring. That is, the things that are staying the same, the threats that we know exist, but still remain unresolved. And then secondly, what's changing? What are those threats that actually seem to be evolving in nature or form or emerging to the extent that they present new challenges that are materializing from up and over the horizon? I want to offer a few thoughts on that as well. Okay, to start with the Iran-aligned axis of resistance, I think putting it bluntly, it's been a big year for this network and its respective member organizations, most notably with the Hamas terrorist attacks on October 7th, reminding us how a hard reminder of how faulty or overconfident assumptions regarding terrorist threats can serve as a foothold for strategic surprise. And also that the era of large-scale terrorist operations is not in the rearview mirror. Thinking more broadly about the network and this axis of resistance, while this network's operational posture, I think its strategic goals, its political priorities are largely constrained to the Middle East region. Hezbollah, the Houthi forces, militias in Iraq continue to be overt in their hostility to American forces, American persons, our partners, and local communities. Bottom line, the network is operating at a high tempo. It likely has additional latent capabilities in reserve. And I think more broadly as a cross-cutting lesson, we're seeing as a strategic approach that the axis of resistance is demonstrating how a joint high level of local political embeddedness backed with strong external state support, can increase the vitality and the resilience of these local militant organizations. I'll also note that multiple groups within this network are driving some of the tactical innovation that we're seeing in the terrorist space, whether it be mass deployment of UAS, the deployment of sea drones, maritime unmanned systems, including incorporating paragliders in a complex combined arms operation, or the use of 3D video and propaganda design. These are all forms of innovation that are emerging out of this network and warrant continued attention. Looking to the Salafi jihadist ecosystem, and here in the subtext, right, or loudly, is the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. With regards to the Islamic State, we see an operational profile that I think is largely, it's a mixed story and one that's highly regionalized. Overall, and you can see this in the plot on the slide, right, we see a general sort of continued decrease in the total number of claimed attacks by the group, but at the same time, the network is increasingly focused on external operations, and it's doubling down, looking at the proportion of claimed attacks shown on the slide, doubling down on its investment in Africa. Since the turn of the year, I'll also mention we've seen, I think, a stubborn resilience of the group's cells active in Iraq and Syria. And just as a reminder, the group still maintains thousands of fighters active in the region who I think are still focused on, and I think believe themselves to serve as a vanguard of resurgence, and this risk has not fully passed. On the Al-Qaeda side of the aisle, we've seen central leadership remaining relatively quiet, but its affiliates operating at a high tempo and with some success. We've seen a relaunch of the Inspire branded publication series meant to motivate and somewhat enable homegrown violent extremist attacks. We see the establishment in Somalia of a, quote, special operations training center in Somalia, and monikered after the Al-Qaeda's founding leader. And finally, watching central leadership make an overt call for like-minded jihadists to come join them in a relative safe haven of Afghanistan. It's also worth noting that Al-Qaeda's affiliates are the ones responsible for driving the surge of extremist violence that we are currently observing in Africa, and specifically in the Sahel and in the Horn. These groups and movements are increasingly embedded in local communities, increasing the complexity of resolving those material threats. Bottom line here, I think, is that the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda operate with distinct strategic blueprints, but both continue to present a sustained threat to the United States, its interests and assets abroad. And then finally is the global RIMB network. Recently, we saw the new designation of the Nordic Resistance Movement, which I think is a significant and important advancement that reflects a lot of hard work from and behind the scenes of our colleagues at State CT. This group joins the Russian imperial movement as a designated threat actor from this strain of extremism. And I'll just note that I think that this network, we're watching it mature. It is using sophisticated technologies and tools to radicalize new individuals to their cause, and with a special concern of the targeting of juvenile and teen recruits into their movements. Sam's work, I think, on this segment of the DVE space in the US is on the very cutting edge of this research area. And I'm going to leave it to Martha maybe to elaborate a little bit more about how US-based RIMV actors are building stronger ties in these networks. And then with regards to enduring threats, what's staying the same? Where do we see a continued need for additional sense-making or evidence-based solutions? First is, I think, that Africa continues to lead as the global epicenter of terrorist violent activity, specifically within the Salafi jihadist space. Most operations, the most fatalities, and the greatest level of cross-border contagion. And I don't think this trend is looking to slow down anytime soon. Second, in terms of implications for U.S. homeland security from a FTO lens, homegrown violent extremism continues to be a prominent vector of violence, but I want to put a little two-finger caveat on this in just a moment. Third is Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State are continuing to show commitment from moving away from that front and center model of leadership. We're just not seeing the same type of big marquee executives at the helm, but we're seeing top leaders acting as largely faceless actors, symbolic actors, but still generating influence and imbuing legitimacy from the shadows. And I think there's important sense-making work to be done in this regard. Fourth is continuing to see more and more use cases of malign exploitation of emerging commercial technologies to support or conduct violent operations. It's been true for a few years now, but I think we need to watch this space as it's evolving, looking for the emergence of novel techniques and the evolution in how COTS, commercial off-the-shelf systems, are exploited. Okay, lastly, for this the last piece of the sort of the more dynamic piece of the assessment is what's actually changing, what's shifting, what parts of the ground are actually shifting under our feet here. Some of these were mentioned by Deputy Assistant Daskell. Is first the uptick in terrorist external operations, specifically targeting the U.S. and Western nations. Second is a bolder and politically embedded axis of resistance that has enabled it to remain resilient to degradation and deterrence efforts. Third, and I think relatedly, we've been reminded in the past year of the importance of messaging as we continue to observe this battle of narratives around the violent activities and even the political agendas behind identified terrorist movements. And last is the growing internationalization of the RIMV terrorist network. This is not a substitution to the traditional threat profile. It is, I think, a lethal addition to it. So I'll wrap up just by saying that we are, I think, in a period of heightened threat. Insight is leading and investing in efforts to better understand how terrorists and violent extremists present these emerging threats to U.S. national and homeland security. Look forward to learning from the work of all of our presenters and researchers this week. Thanks.
Can you all hear me? Sounds like you can. Thank you. My first slide. I see down here. I can't see over there.
Looks like your first slide.
It's showing down here, but I don't see it showing where my audience can see it. Is it there? Okay, there we go. And I can't see down here very well, but at any rate, this is actually the second slide, but we will go with this. So this is a project that focuses, there, thank you, Master Controller there. Thank you. This is the intro slide. This is the name of the project. My collaborator in this project is Caitlin Robinson, who was not able to be with us because of a competing conference, but she's at Rice University, and I represent Stanford as an emerita professor on this occasion. I want to just talk a little bit about the project, but the next thing I want to show you is our new website. It just went into production yesterday from a beta version, mappingmilitants.org. As most of you know, this is not geographical maps. It is more network diagrams combined with timelines of relationships among groups as they change over time. If you want to look at the website and send me an email if you find glitches, and I will go back to the developer yet again with, with suggested changes as we go forward. So here's an example of one of our sort of maps, which as you can see is a network diagram that lays out the relationships among different groups. This is using a Shiny program with R. And you can see that we stress these different types of relationships, alliances, affiliations, rivalry, splits, and mergers. And we try to show those on a visualization, a map visualization. This is one way of showing the networks. We also have a visualization that's more of a timeline or a family tree, which hopefully you'll find that under maps on the website. So with all of this and based on this kind of information, again, our focus is on the dynamics of organizational relationships and also the types of organizations. As I agree completely with Sam that we have a very diffuse, very disaggregated, very volatile organizational structure, but because you don't see organization doesn't mean there's not organization, just like Uber. So we had two lines of inquiry stemming from this. And the first one I want to talk about is transnational relationships. And I think Austin touched on that very briefly. We did a study trying to figure out to what extent domestic extremist groups are forging connections with groups abroad. And we did a fairly intense, detailed case-by-case study of this. And our conclusion is that at the moment, and we know that things change very, very rapidly, these ties are still very, very loose. They're very unlike the sorts of ties that we've found in other group networks such as global ISIS or global Al-Qaeda. And let me add sort of parenthetically that if you look on our maps, quote unquote, we have a map of global Al-Qaeda, all the affiliates of the Al-Qaeda Central, and also global ISIS, all the groups that are linked to ISIS. If you want to see these groups, when they allied, when the group might have been ended or crushed, or what happened to the group, when there were splits, when there were mergers of groups, hopefully that's all depicted there. So in terms of the transnational relationships of U.S. domestic groups, we found that although social media is indeed extremely important, we all recognize this, still face-to-face contacts have proved reasonably important in the development of these sorts of positive relationships. We also found that it was more likely to be the REMV groups, that is, those that are racially and ethnically motivated, who are more likely to reach out to try to form connections. We found often that these connections are sort of outside the political realm. Mixed martial arts competitions are locations where there are connections, again, relatively innocuous on the surface, but this does attract these sorts of groups. Also, certain music concerts, again, innocuous, completely legal, by and large peaceful, but it's somewhere that they connect. Most of these connections are not driven from a central leadership of the group, but more by members who are encouraged, facilitated, otherwise reach out to make these sorts of connections. We found that since January the 6th, of course, there's been much more disarray. I would say fewer connections being forged because of the sort of disarray that these groups are in. However, as we all know, through the summer and into the fall, we're going to see changes. And after the election in November, my own view is that no matter who wins the election, that we're likely to see a strengthening of these groups, and we may see an intensification of these sorts of connections that they're trying to forge abroad. I think, as we've all noted, one key characteristic of the threat landscape is rapid change. We can say something is the case now, and if I was speaking to you next week, I might have to eat my words and come back to you and say, no, I've discovered that they're doing something entirely different. We also look to a certain extent at state connections to these groups. Is there foreign sponsorship of these groups? We found that the state that has most connections is, of course, Russia, but that these connections are still very, very indirect. They're more along the lines of let us say, creating a favorable landscape for the activities of these groups by promoting disinformation and misinformation. It's not something that you could pinpoint really very easily in order to prevent it or to stop it. Again, it's sort of paving the way for them rather than direct sorts of assistance that we might see, for example, in the Iranian axis of resistance networks where there's overt sort of support. So those were our findings as of about a year ago. The report is on the Insight website. You can all read it, but things are changing. I think we should probably produce an addendum to the report in short order. second question based on this sort of body of knowledge is, when do groups attack across borders? When do they decide to attack outside what we would regard as their home conflict, the government against which they appear to have the most grievances, the state in which they are located? And looking at this, we found that you might say, well, perhaps it's a fairly common phenomenon, but our research suggested that only about a third of groups, if that, actually reach across borders. And so then you ask, why do some and why not others? And skipping through a lot of possible explanations for this, I'll say that we found that having transnational alliances with foreign non-state actors increases the likelihood that groups will try to act outside the boundaries of their home conflict zone. I think when you think about it, this seems intuitively plausible that they would. And it's not so much that they receive material assistance that reduces the cost of crossing borders, but sometimes it's ideological encouragement. I'll just give a small example since Austin mentioned this case, and that's Al-Shabaab. We did look closely at Al-Shabaab. And as you all know, Al-Shabaab signed on to the Al-Qaeda network. They were very eager to do so. And at the same time, their cross-border attacks preceded their formal allegiance with Al-Qaeda. And in a way, you could regard these attacks, which included Uganda, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Djibouti, as sort of trying to enhance their chances of being a major player in the Al-Qaeda network. We also found that the decision to join Al-Qaeda as well as to engage in transborder attacks was extremely controversial within the organization and led to various sorts of leadership clashes and splits within the organization. There's an interesting feature of it, the relationship between splits and mergers and then cross-border attacks. We also found, digging further into it, that outside state support is even more important than having an alliance with another non-state actor. Again, this makes sense. Having outside state support can certainly make it easier to attack outside the boundaries of one's own country. So the bad news is probably that when you see what formerly domestic groups start to form these positive relationships, and I stress that what we looked at were positive relationships, not necessarily rivalries, which also play a role in this. For example, Al-Shabaab, again, is a case. Their rivalry with ISIS in Somalia could have led to some of these efforts to move outside of the Somalia as a conflict zone. Al-Shabaab was especially interesting to us because if you argued that, well, sure, they're retaliating for foreign military intervention. This is a very common explanation for terrorism. There's so many foreign troops in Somalia, they had plenty of targets. They didn't need to go outside Somalia to have targets if that was their aim. Another possibility is that they simply want to kill civilians. And if you've got foreign military on your territory, that's not as sadly useful to you as going outside in order to be able to kill civilians of the targeted country. So I'm going to stop on that note because I think we want to leave plenty of time for questions, but both of those are sort of implications that you can draw from our relationship data. And I urge you to look at our new website. And again, send me any comments. We are happy to deal with them.
Thank you, Martha. And thank you, panel. We have time for questions. Camden and Ryan are walking around with microphones. That way I don't have to repeat the question. So please be thinking of questions you want to answer these three. We won't let them go until they answer your question. So they're on the hot seat. Meanwhile, I guess, Sam, I want to turn it first to you, thinking of the Uber driver example. It's a great example, but some Uber drivers also drive for Lyft.
Yep.
And some have other gig jobs too.
Yep.
Can you extend the metaphor and talk about how that may represent not one ideology but mixed
You
ideologies?
just answered the question.
Wow.
No. Yeah, the metaphor works on a few levels. You never want to work a metaphor, but it seems to be a pretty good one. But the idea that folks are belonging to multiple entities, multiple organizations, I think works well in the DVE environment. I also think it shows the potential for intervention, and I'm being a little optimistic there, but to get an Uber driver to switch over to Lyft is a little easier than the taxi cab driver that was a formal affiliate in their organization for 20 years and went into the shop and everything. And so I think there are some opportunities to break folks off into more positive environments because those affiliations that are connected in that way have the potential to get cleaved off in a positive way. So yes, multiple organizational affiliations, but also I think some room for intervention as well if they're a bit more loosely affiliated.
Okay, and follow up, you're still on the hot seat, Sam.
Uh-oh.
I'm thinking about how you laid out the Uber driver and gig economy.
Yep.
I'm thinking about the men issue. I'm thinking about my 18-year-old daughter and the college search we undergone. And part of what I was searching for her were what were the colleges or universities that had more of a 50-50 split with gender.
Yeah.
She went to an all-girls school. The last thing she needed to do, in my opinion, was go to another one. And so what are you seeing, if any, yet solution on the horizon to things that aren't exactly going to be turned around? It may be the way it is.
Yeah, Richard Reeves has a very good book talking about some of these interventions. He talks about some very early childhood interventions and dealing with some of the issues around men. There's no silver bullets, and there seems to be worse news on the horizon rather than good news. I mean, make no mistake, for the men that are going to college, economic opportunities are great, and for the top third, nobody's criticizing or suggesting that there aren't amazing opportunities there. It's this increasing pool of aggrieved and rudderless and feeling lost collection of men that seems to be growing. But you're asking about the hope, Aaron, so I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump back into the problem. There is, I guess, hope on the education, early intervention side, where he makes a call, for example, to have greater focus on shifting educational approaches, more male teachers in kindergarten, for example, and interventions like that. So I recommend that book. It's great. He talks very candidly from both sides of political aisle about a very complex topic, and does so like a scientist, which is great.
Tell us the author name
Richard
again.
Reeves. It's called Of Boys and Men. He has a TED Talk that's also very good that summarizes the book.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Martha, turning to you, thinking of mapping militants, thinking of connections, thinking of what happened on October 7th, how did that day maybe change how these relationships work with foreign terrorist organizations?
The impact of October the 7th, I think that I'll just note two things about it. One, I would only say that in this group, but I've been a little surprised that we've not seen an attempt at imitation. I thought we would see such an attempt fairly early on, nothing near as organized as the Hamas attack, but something along those lines, a mass casualty civilian attack. And we haven't, which perhaps shows how difficult it was to actually organize something that was so destructive and so damaging. But I think we have a very real concern that there will be some imitation down the pike. Now, the extent to which this has affected American domestic groups also, I think, is yet to be seen, but the clashes we're now having between pro-Israel and pro-Hamas protesters, as we know, often groups inclined to be violent sort of feed off of protest movements. And as protest movements sometimes become violent, it sort of lowers the threshold for others to use violence as well. So I'd say we still should be extremely watchful about this. The extent to which all this makes it more likely that we will see Iran urging its proxies to attack the U.S., I think also remains to be seen. I think that's a very real danger as well. In other words, just as I think Sam was noticing early on, we don't want to be complacent about the fact that there's not been a very dramatic attempt at emulation at this point, because we're seeing a great deal of sympathy for Hamas and sometimes even for the attack that's become reasonably widespread. And again, if we're dealing often with aggrieved individuals, it's hard to, as we all know, very hard to predict the effect it will have on them. But I think that we should be very watchful. I hate to be gloomy. I've always been accused of being very gloomy about the prospects for terrorism over many years, but I'm afraid that it's not over yet.
Okay, so on that note, Martha, you two are on the hot seat. Your gloomy meter. So you have this beautiful long career in this subject. It's a gloomy subject. I mean, we know that. But on your personal gloomy meter, where are we in gloominess? Are we a 1 and we're kind of sad, or are we like a 10 and we're in the fetal position?
Well, you sound like, if I turn my own again, sound like one of these surveys that I'm always getting. Would you rank on a scale of 1 to 10 or 1 to 100 the likelihood that X will happen as opposed to Y? And how certain are you of your judgment? Well, I'm not certain at all of my judgment, but I think the descriptions we had earlier today about the counterterrorism successes we've seen in the United States, I take heart at that. We certainly have had a major impact on Al-Qaeda and a pretty major impact on ISIS. Not without getting into the debate over decapitation as a counterterrorism strategy, the removal of leaders has had an impact on these groups. They're not really leaderless resistance. The leaders may be subtle. And when I think either Austin or Sam mentioned that the top leadership of these groups is no longer so visible, they're more behind the scenes. That's because they want to survive as a leader. They don't want to be knocked off. They're trying to keep their identities secret. So I'd say on balance, I'm sort of middling. I've lived through so many years when everybody thought the terrorism threat had gone away. And when we returned, and many actors in government quite happily, to the great power threats, which easier to deal with. Eve of 9/11, this was certainly the case. Then terrorism, some horrible, ghastly, tragic accident happens and our attention turns again, when we should be vigilant all the time and not wait for there to be a huge shock to the system. So that would be my prediction.
Thank you for that. And I should say for the record, we want to be hopeful, but we don't want to be Pollyanna. And so to your point, I'd rather have you tell it to me straight than, make me feel good. So Austin, we get to you. And by the way, audience, come on. I mean, I can hold the room, but you're the professors here, you're the government experts. This is your chance to ask these people anything, and I'll put them on the spot. So really, please take advantage of this. This is why we're here. There's a question back there, so Camden's gonna take it over to Charlie. And Austin, hang tight, because I got one for you, but we'll let, we got another one? Okay, okay. Thank you. Would you mind standing up, please?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. For the audience, my name is Andrea. I come from San Diego State University, studied master's in Homeland Security. So this question is directed more to Sam because he covered the topic. First question is, what is the difference between past generations and newer generations in terms of, because newer generations are experiencing depression, anxiety, and the sense of not belonging, how can past generations encourage newer to not have those feelings? Second question is, how can older generation encourage newer generations to maintain, to be sharp on their education and continue moving forward?
Yeah, I'll try to tackle the first one, just because I'm a psychologist, so I feel at least mildly more comfortable with that. I study leadership as a central part of my work, and so role modeling is a huge one. I think this is true for everyone. I don't mean to harp on the gender issue too much, but I'll say, as men, we need to do a better job talking about the psychological challenges that we face, and have very candid and open discussions with our students and our sons, and in those contexts where getting help, seeking help, knowing that help, and even being proactive about our mental health is a positive thing, are often not discussed. That's precisely where we need to have those conversations. And so role modeling of more senior generations and older generations to break that cycle of having those candid and difficult discussions And then I'm sorry can you ask the second part again? Yeah. Yeah. So how do we, part of this again, coming back to why so many men are not going to universities. And so, how do we break that cycle and encourage it? I'm a little gloomy on this because there's been a number of interventions. There's a great example out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, where they would offer free college to students. The women took full advantage of that and succeeded and thrived. The men just didn't. They really struggled and often bounced around at that university despite. So it wasn't a cost issue. It seemed to be something else. And so intervening earlier, I think, is important. Providing unique and special structure for students and universities that might struggle for a variety of reasons is also critical. And I think doing research around the topic, which is largely understudied at this stage, is useful and important. In the 1970s, we saw an inverse. So women weren't going to college at about the same rate that men were not. So it was about a 15-point difference in 1970. So they did Title IX and other initiatives that had a profound and critical and necessary impact on supporting women. In the 90s, it was about even. So we've now seen the inverse. And so I think there need to be some research programs aimed at understanding better why men are struggling at a university level. And so we can develop the right interventions there. We simply don't fully understand it.
Thank you for that, San Diego. Way to bring it. I'm going to find a prize for you. Oh, okay. We have a question right up here from a stranger. I don't know this person. Oh. Great. Yes, hold on. Ryan is going to give you a microphone.
Hi, thanks, Ryan. Okay, so Austin, you talked about my notes. I said that Africa is leading in terms of the Salafi jihadist sort of ecosystem. At the same time, we're hearing that the U.S. is pulling out of Africa. Can you talk a bit about those implications, if that's related, if what's going to happen, any ideas about the implications of that decision? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Gina. So short answer to that is I think, yeah, a lighter presence creates greater structural opportunity for continued cross-border contagion of the Salafi jihadist threat in particular. I am concerned also as a second order effect in thinking about who will be filling that security apparatus space. Thinking of, for example, Russian aligned paramilitary forces that have a track record of abuse, of actually perpetuating the structural problems that fuel the grievances, the pre-existing grievances, the groups that are active in the communities that live in different parts of the continent. And so, yeah, my view is, particularly as we're seeing the withdrawal from Niger, for example, that in the short and intermediate term, we're likely to see a greater problem set there with respect to violent extremism. It also may present new challenges by way of intelligence collection that makes rapid sense-making and proactive sense-making of that dynamic environment more challenging. And so that'll be something to monitor as well, as the counterterrorism workforce is still very mindful, obviously, of the problem set and the growing issue in Africa.
Thank you, Austin. I want to get to that question right there, Ryan. And do you mind standing up and saying who you are?
Sure. My name is Michael Becker. I'm at American University. And there's a question for Dr. Hunter. I was wondering if or to what extent you may differentiate between movements and organizations that are involved in political violence. I study the online space in particular, and while there's a lot of places where you see movement toward political violence or support thereof, it's not really the card-carrying members, and there really isn't as much of a strict hierarchy, even among people who organize or have these spaces.
So I would think just as there is room to have a more nuanced discussion about what constitutes organizational participation and engagement, we need to also think in a more gradiented way about organizations as well. And so, putting movement on one side and organization on the other, acknowledging that there's a lot of nuance connecting those things. Historically, organizations involve, more formal organizational structure, reward systems, recruitment, those kinds of policies and procedures that are in place. But in an online environment, those things may take more subtle forms. They may be more social in nature. And so I think to your point, drawing a dichotomized perspective between those two things is also a bit of an injustice, and drawing a more of a continuum is probably helpful.
Very good. We got a question in the back there.
Hi, my name is Charlie. I'm a student here at Insight. And I had maybe a similar question. It sounds like a common theme in a lot of your presentations talked about how the present circumstances of terrorism are changing, especially with contact between actors, where it might be faster. There's more online formats. People meet internationally. And if we're also seeing that in wider society, people don't belong to things as much, what is it that makes avenues to violence seem attractive if they're similarly short and kind of disconnected?
Who wants to take that one?
I'll take a first swing. It's a great, really cool question. Thanks. And I'll leave it to Sam and Martha to correct what I've said. When I think about the structure of violent extremism domestically and worldwide, I think you're exactly right. We're seeing some level of decentralization, even within these organizations that have traditionally had some level of hierarchy and centralization to their structure. But what doesn't go away is the need and the role of influence, right? So what we're really, I think, asking here is, okay, how are thought leaders, action leaders still achieving influence over those who are like-minded or who are susceptible to joining their cause? And I think we're still seeing those instruments at sort of in full swing, right? So whether it be online or in person, influence is being achieved. Now, the extent to which we see direct command and control, close and tight monitoring and enforcement of orders and then action on those orders, I think that is changing. But the extent to which we see influence around motivating an attack, influence around the preferred methods and rationales behind an attack, I still think that that's very much part of today's violent extremist landscape at home and abroad.
Thank you for the question, Charlie, and for the answer. Did either of you want to?
See if I can. There we go. I would just add a couple of things because it's just a huge and complex subject that we've all addressed. And one is that one reason for decentralization and disaggregation is adaptation to the counterterrorism response. And so it does mean that influence has to be exerted in other ways, but that's true of all of political and social life now. So it's not unusual that it would be terrorism. And the question of the individual, when does the individual take it upon? Usually it is himself rather than herself to act, actually, as opposed to simply blogging or posting things on TikTok. That's really very, very difficult to ascertain. I know many studies, as I'm sure we all do, of why the individual. But one thing that stands out to me is that often these largely individual inspired mass casualty attacks are themselves meant to inspire others. And that's an important aspect of the psychology of the perpetrator. It's not just that they're inspired themselves, they intend their action they even will say things like, the masses are going to rise up behind me. It's delusional, but that sort of mentality that wishes to spread the message and to create a great onslaught of attacks, I think, is an important aspect of it. But again, it remains a very large puzzle, I think, for all of us.
Thank you. Yeah, can we have a mic? Oh, you have a question, really? Okay, hold on just a second there. Would you please say your name and where you're from?
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Nolene. I'm a member of the San Carlos Apache tribe of Arizona. and I'm a student at Haskell Indian Nations University. While you were speaking, I noticed that some of the key points that you made, such as isolation, emerging technologies, and transnational relationships, all seem very extremely relevant to tribal communities. So I was just wondering, in any of your careers, have you seen any efforts to build relationships with tribal governments and their communities? Or is that something that any of you have been interested in? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. That's great. We're glad to have you here, by the way.
I can jump into that first. First of all, thank you so much for that point. I can only speak as an academic, so my work has not focused on that area. What I know is that tribal relationships are a key priority of the DHS and interagency community. There are multiple lines of effort to support, foster, and build on those relationships. And I think there are many people in the room here who can actually follow up with you offline to talk a little bit more about what that looks like. But I think a really, really important question, and I'd love to follow up with you as well to talk about what this might mean for academic study, to, thinking about those particular, factors that you mentioned in terms of transnational relationships, isolation, and what that might mean for violent extremism.
Thank you for the question. We're going to have one last question. We get board member prerogative here. So thank you.
Much. Hi, Ruhana Hafiz. I have the Domestic Partnerships portfolio at the National Counterterrorism Center, NCTC. I'm thrilled to be here, so thanks for that. I was just going back to some of the notes I made during this wonderful panel. So I think, Austin, you talked about the malign exploitation of commercial technology. So that's not new, right? So TikTok is new-ish, but Facebook's been around too long. And you don't need a TS/SCI clearance to have an Instagram account. So my question is, how can the CT community bear down on the Nadellas and the Pichais and the Zuckerbergs to make them a better partner in this fight? Because every time I open New York Times or WAPO, it's, well, Zuckerberg failed our young people again. So that's not new. And you said it's almost the same. So where are we as a CT community not bearing down enough for this persistent problem? Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, happy to jump in. And Sam is incredibly active in this space as well. I think can offer some insight and wisdom. From my part, I can't speak to the public-private relationships and dialogues that you've had with a number of these key tech companies because I'm not in that room. What I think the role of academia and applied academics in particular can be to support those discussions is proactive, over the horizon sense making of where the threat is going to be so that those conversations are held at a time when proactive measures rather than reactive measures are taken. As you said, I sort of categorize the malign exploitation of commercial tech under the enduring rather than emerging problem because as a theme, you're exactly right. This has been here for a minute at this time. The thing that turns that into an emerging threat, I think, is the evolution in how these different COTS, commercial systems in particular, may be exploited either in nature or in scale. And I think those are the things that we're looking at closely at Insight to support the more emerging threats discussions. In terms of getting it right, that conversation right, I think speaks to another issue I raised in terms of the importance of narratives and thinking about where are the points for common ground and collaboration in terms of interests between or within a public-private partnership. But would love to follow up with you more after.
Yeah, it's a great conversation. I'd love to be on that as well. I'll echo what Austin was saying. Certainly no silver bullets or quick solutions, but we think, and we've seen some success as an academic institution and as a center like this to be a bit of a third-party broker to talk to different institutions. Sometimes they're more likely to pick up the phone because they don't necessarily see us as a government entity. They see us as academics, which we are. And so sometimes those conversations can be facilitated in that way. And we do see that as part of our role as a center. And just pivoting a little bit, another role as a center is to Austin's point, look over the horizon. Think about how technology is both evolving and emerging, which we're able to do because we have access to some of the great thinkers in terms of the tech space. and then ask ourselves what malign actors may do with that technology. And in asking that question, we tend to get at least a little bit ahead theoretically and conceptually. So when we have some of those conversations with folks in the tech space, we can say, hey, are you preventing this or taking care of this? And hopefully we identify and stop the problems before they happen, because putting the genie back in the bottle once they're making money on something is much harder. So it's not perfect, but I do think we have a role to play as an academic center and institution there.
Very good. Let's thank our panel for their hard work today. It's such a great question to end on, because when you come back at 12:55, you're not going to be a minute past 1 o'clock. We are going to get to session 2, the extremist use of emerging tech. So see, you were just prescient on that, but don't go yet because I have a prize. And here's my rule. You cannot be from Omaha to win this prize. And I will know who you are if you are. Okay. And you better win it. This is so easy. It's kind of embarrassing how easy this is. So you're going to eat this fabulous lunch at our buffet, but there is a certain Omahan who has maybe lived in his same house since 1958 and plays the ukulele and looks like one of the Muppets from the Muppet Show. Darren, you had your hand raised. I didn't even have to say Dairy Queen. He only eats Dairy Queen. That's your secret to longevity and wealth. Just eat Dairy Queen. Okay, you're free to go. Please enjoy. It's 80 degrees outside. Perfect. Get some food, and 12:55. It's a little bit of a clue. I'll ask it in just a second. So you have another minute or two, and then we'll get everybody in here and get rolling. Oh. Do we have the gift up here? No, I need, oh yeah, I have it. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. No, I'm good. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Scarlett. Oh, perfect. I'd love it. Huh? Yeah, no, stand, fine. I'll move my stuff. Yes, please. While the panelists are taking their seats, we'll kind of get started. You may notice I have changed my footwear. We've gone from heels to flats because that's how we do in the afternoon portion of day one. And just as I've changed my shoes, I hope after a nice lunch you've warmed up because we've got some great sessions this afternoon and we'll need your questions for those. Okay, so breaking quiz question number 2, if you're ready for it. You may have heard you're in the bustling metropolis of Omaha, Nebraska. And before Omaha, Nebraska was Omaha, Nebraska, it belonged to the Omaha tribe, for which it is named. The Omaha tribe has 5,000 registered members and exists about 80 miles north now in Nebraska. But I'm wondering if anyone has read the program perhaps and could tell me what the meaning of the word Omaha is. And you can't be from Omaha, Lauren Moss. So you're disqualified, I'm afraid. Okay, I think we have someone in the back. Please stand. And what does Omaha mean? Upstream and against the current. Congratulations. Come get your share of Berkshire Hathaway stock in this bag. Okay. So we're on to session 2. We're on to extremist use of emerging tech. There's plenty of examples of terrorist attacks over the years where they've used the most rudimentary of tools to cause great harm. But in this session, we're going to look at the most innovative of tools and how they're quickly adapting to that. They're obviously not immune to this form of technology. They're adapting very quickly and very easily. And to discuss this role, we have this illustrious panel right here. First up will be Dr. Scarlett Miller. She's an engineer from Penn State, originally from Omaha, upstream, who will discuss extended reality. Next up, we'll have Alexis D'Amato. She's an industrial organizational doctoral student, and Joel Elson, who teaches IT innovation and is an Insight researcher. Austin Doctor, that old guy, you've seen him already. He's up for a sequel. Political scientist speaking on geospatial. And then Gary Ackerman is going to close us. And, you know, I should go on to say Gary from SUNY Albany has a lot to tell us. And I am just a horrible person because I'm only giving these people less than 10 minutes so we can get to your questions. So apologies to our panel. We could spend all day on this awesome topic. And with that, we're going to let Scarlett take it away and lead us off.
Thank you for the warm introduction. I already feel like I'm starting at a disadvantage because you gave out prizes and I have to follow that. So happy to be here today. I'm Scarlett Miller. I am, we talked about interdisciplinarity earlier, heard from political science, industrial and organizational psychologist. So I'm going to give you a lens through the view of engineering. And the clicker is, okay, thank you. I had to go against the flow and stand up. My work is largely in the space of emerging technology and the role it has on malevolent innovation. And if I was pointing my clicker somewhere, the green button is greening for me. This is not emerging tech, by the way. This is the opposite of emerging tech. Where am I going?
Sorry. We might need some tech help on the emerging tech from the guys in the back. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Great. All right. So my work is really largely in the space of virtual reality and how we can use it to augment trading capabilities. But I also have done a lot in the work of virtual reality as it comes to developing really innovative concepts. And so virtual reality is already largely being used throughout the counterterrorism world, specifically with training of counterterrorism police or looking at emerging threats and in that space. But as we know, any good technology can also be used for malevolent uses. So while the metaverse offers a full potential, terrorists and extremists are also using it, and they're using it in a variety of ways. We heard a little bit about potential for recruitment earlier, coordination, identifying new targets, and today I'm going to talk to you about increased innovation. And so kind of the crux of my work originally came with collaborations with Dr. Sam Hunter when he was a Penn Stater, looking at the role of design fixation and the way people generate creative concepts. And so we kind of turned that concept on its head to start looking at the way they're using these technologies to cause harm. And so several years ago, going back about 5 years back, we came up with a task with Tin Nguyen and others that was looking at the role of fixation in a design context. And so we're Penn State fans. I already mentioned I was from Omaha. I graduated from Lincoln, so I'm a huge Nebraska football fan. But Penn State hates Ohio State, if you didn't know that. Big football rivalry. And so we had students generate concepts to prank the Woody Hayes statue, which is right outside of this beautiful glass building right across from the stadium. And so what we found from this was that people were able to kind of generate really creative concepts, malevolent concepts against these targets. And if we kind of remove the words like the Ohio State with the out group, the findings were quite significant. One of the things that we didn't look at in this world was we gave them this picture of the statue, but the reality is this statue is around a glass building. So a lot of the tasks and ideas they were coming up with were not necessarily useful or wouldn't be practically applied within these scenarios. So that led us to the question of, well, what happens if we can immerse ourselves in these environments and what type of impact would that have? So that's where we set off with this research thread. And I tasked our Center for Immersive Experience to do was to help us build an environment of only publicly available data. And so they were able to recreate this world, the Ohio State Stadium world, using publicly available data from the Ohio Department of Administrative Services. So this is GIS data that is able to be downloaded and extrapolated. We're able to merge this data, LiDAR data, with Google Earth, OpenStreetMaps, and then YouTube recordings. This might be a technology we're all not familiar with, but many people are uploading YouTube videos all the time. One of the things we wanted for our simulation was we wanted a realistic view of the Woody Hayes statue, and there's no 3D model of that currently available. So my engineering student looked at data surrounding the Woody Hayes statue, was able to recreate that, put that into a 3D modeling software, import it into our 3D world and have a realistic rendering of this model, true to scale, as if you were there. And so what we wanted to see from these environments that we created just from these 3D publicly available data sets is when people enter into these environments, how does it affect the malevolence of the creativity of the ideas that they developed? And so individuals are able to go up on top of roofs, move around the space. They're able to, we had different design examples they could utilize, but being in a 3D world, virtual world, is even better in some ways than being there in person because you're able to access areas that you wouldn't typically have access to. And so what we wanted to look at was, well, let's take this a step further, looking at emerging technology. There's a lot of free 3D software that you can download, different models that have been openly developed. And so what if we're able to give them one of the common fixation points that we had earlier, which was a catapult, like catapult water balloons. So we actually search for different types of weapons or things on this open source Thingiverse website, and we're able to download models from it. Now I say open source because I just searched weapons really quickly on here, and this is what is available publicly for anyone to download. So you can just imagine it gets just darker from there. And so we were able to kind of look at the role of giving them a text-based example, a 2D example where they saw a picture or something, or actually being able to put our catapult design that was freely available anywhere in the world in this 3D environment to look at how the malevolence of their ideas were generated over time. And so we did a study with 30 different individuals. This is their first point viewpoint, looking around the environment, and then had to come up with additional ideas after the task. And what we found, the first finding was that there was no difference in fixation effects between groups. So whether they saw a 2D example versus interacted with it in 3 dimensions in that world, there was no difference in the types of ideas they generated. This is kind of contrary to some of the things that we see when we're operating in the real world, not the virtual world. But the thing that was most stark about it was that creativity increased after exposure to VR, regardless of what condition that they were in. So that means their ideas got more malevolent. And when I talk about creativity, that's both the quality of the idea, so likelihood that it would be successful, as well as the novelty of that idea as well. So when we started this project, I told you we pulled all of this data. I told my team use publicly available data. This was a year ago. And now here we are today in 2024, and new maps just introduced an immersive feature for routes and other AI features, which allows you to change the time of the day, the lighting, the weather conditions, all different aspects to be able to look at and see what the environment is like in these different contexts. And so we actually created these worlds and environments on our own using our team, but now this is already a technology that is existing. If we take it a level forward, I told you about the LiDAR and GIS data we pulled from Ohio. That data is what they're using to create these maps. So I say this as a world of caution, I guess, or an emerging thing to consider is we can create these worlds already. So if you don't have London, maybe it's a small town in rural Pennsylvania, that data exists. We can create these worlds, or they're already created for us. And it allows us to operate within these different conditions. So we focused on the lone wolf in this case, but we do have some data that we just finished. My student just submitted his master's thesis today, looking at simulated teams in these environments and the types of concepts that they also consider. So I'll leave it there, pass it on to my amazing colleague, Joel, and then I think we're doing questions at the end. So thank you so much for your time.
All right, I think I'll remain seated. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to kick things off by talking about the malign use of current and near future AI. And I'm going to hand it off to one of our star PhD students to talk about malevolent creativity and give an overview of one of our experiments. Let's see, where did the clicker go?
Oh, here it is.
Oh, there you go. All righty. So to start things off, we first need to just understand the field of AI. And that's just a branch of computer science, which is focused on creating systems that are capable of doing tasks that were generally requiring human intelligence. And this touches on things like learning, problem solving, decision making, things like that. There's many different views on the future of AI, and we want to recognize those philosophical extremes. But as scientists, we're going to take this neutral ground and we're going to speak to the malign use here. That being said, I just want to make a note that there are definitely a number of positive use cases that would definitely benefit the greater Homeland Security enterprise. So to start talking about extremist use of AI, I want to first do a little history repeat of the not so distant past. In November of 2022, OpenAI released ChatGPT. And now this was a significant unlock for the tech industry. It revolutionized natural language understanding. It enabled more intuitive human interfaces, and it accelerated innovation across the entire tech space. Since then, we've had large language models released by the likes of Google, Meta, and most recently, Apple. And I think if any of these companies' investment is any indication, they all believe in the potential of this technology. And that potential certainly has not gone unnoticed by extremists. So on January 9th of this year, Ronaldo Nazara, the founder of the Base, sent a message to the Instagram following, or the Telegram following, informing them that these systems had the potential to answer uncensored questions that had a criminal nature. There's other types of artificial intelligent tools that are being used as well. And so here we have an example of a pro-IS news flash that's using things like avatar generation, synthetic speech generation, and facial animation, which enables the connection of the two. The democratization of these tools means that anyone from anywhere with relatively little training will be able to produce this. And if you combine this with the previously discussed large language model technology, all you now have to do is say it, and it will come into existence. So what's kind of worth noting is that the attempts to discourage these tools from being used has largely been unsuccessful. Things like watermarking using steganography, which is putting little indicators within an image, can be easily circumvented simply by taking screenshots and then utilizing those images for whatever purpose they were intended for. So I want to acknowledge that there's a lot of really exciting future AI developments in the works, everything from open or advanced general intelligence, artificial intelligence, to things like synthetic data sets, and we'll have to table those for offline conversations. But today I want to focus on three things that are in the near future: edge AI, computer vision, and agents and autonomous systems. So talking about edge AI, what is that? And this is something that's really increasing in popularity. This is the deployment of AI models on local devices. And that's rather than on online servers that took entire data warehouses. These are on things as simple as a phone you might already have in your pocket. What's really, really critical about this is these are independent of the internet and they're open sourced. And with individuals with just a little bit of training, they can actually use adapters to tailor these local models to gain high expertise in any subject area that they desire. So of course, there's privacy gains to be had on the individuals that are using these edge deployments of AI. There's affordability. You don't need warehouses full of servers. And I think the customization aspect is really worth noting. Computer vision, right, is obviously another area focused on taking visual information in the world and allowing machines to understand that real world information. It's an enabler of multimodal AI. And this is something that's already found in glasses like the ones I have on stage. This allows a machine or an AI model to understand the visual environment in front of a user and then to whisper into the ear so no one else can hear whatever types of insights that model has to offer. Applications of computer vision range from deep fakes to object detection to autonomous systems. And then finally, I want to talk a little bit about AI that it's accelerating robots and autonomous systems like AI agents. And these are computer systems capable of doing human-like tasks completely on their own without any human intervention. So these systems are going to offer enhanced capability for remotely interacting with the real world. In addition, they're going to offer digital interaction 24/7, allowing for engagement with content and online followers without any interaction. And to kind of talk about that future and some of the studies we've done and how it can be applied toward malevolent creativity, I'll turn it over to Alexis.
Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, I think the slides might have jumped over me to Austin. maybe one more. There should be right after his. Okay, there they are. Okay, thank you, Joel. So Joel and his team really provide the technical expertise of AI, and then the psychologists on the team are able to, with that technical expertise from Joel, apply it to creativity. So we set out to examine AI's role in the ideation and implementation of novel threats. And this was a two-part effort. The first was an integrative review of the literature to examine this intersection of AI, malevolent creativity, and extremism. And then the second part was a follow-up study to examine how AI is used in the malevolent creativity process. There's two things to note, though, before I begin. One, despite a debate in popular culture and in the research, we took the stance that AI will enhance creativity rather than replace it. So it'll act as a partner with the human user. And then second, I will interchangeably use creativity and malevolent creativity, but they're the same process, with the only distinguishing feature that malevolent creativity is built on the foundation of intentional harm. So creativity is the generation of novel and useful ideas. Malevolent creativity is the generation of novel and intentionally harmful ideas, but they're one and the same. So as Joel outlined earlier, there are many examples of AI being used for malign implications. For example, the extremist social media network, the Gab, launched 100 chatbots ranging from Adolf Hitler to Ted Kaczynski. So users can interact with these individuals. And these AIs were trained on prompts such as, "You believe the Holocaust narrative is exaggerated and that 9/11 was an inside job." This AI also developed a 25-point plan for Aryan takeover in 2024. And one of the steps that it included was establish concentration camps for political prisoners and other undesirables. So this example just amplifies that AI is being used in the creative process in order to generate novel threats. So our first step in this effort was an integrative review of the literature. So we examined creativity, malevolent creativity, AI, and extremism literature. We used a modified version of the stage model of creativity, beginning with problem construction and ending with implementation planning. AI will enhance each of these phases. It's not solely used to generate novel threats. Instead, it can aid in information gathering, evaluating ideas, selecting those ideas, and then helping plan based on resources, expertise, and external barriers that go beyond the scope of what a single human or team can understand. So we have a few key takeaways from our first effort. First being that AI will continue to be used for extremist efforts, and that it's going to improve the capabilities of these individuals and organizations. Second, because creativity is often a collaborative process, the human AI partnership is going to be able to generate more novel and harmful ideas than a single human or team can alone. So this means that the biggest threat of AI is that ability to enhance the ideation and implementation of these novel and intentionally harmful ideas. So in addition to AI chatbots, AI avatars have also become a popular way to gather information or just simply communicate online. For example, the Ask Jesus on Twitch is a 24-hour stream, and users can ask this AI Jesus questions, and it's trained on scripture, so it'll answer from things from the Bible, with things from the Bible. And then other examples include just celebrities that people can ask questions or just engage in conversation. So due to that, we sought to investigate whether AI will enhance the generation of ideas that are original, of high quality, and harmful. So we placed participants into a hypothetical social revenge task, gave them an intergroup conflict problem statement, gave them an AI tool to gather information, and then asked them to create an attack as part of the idea generation process. We randomly assigned participants to either a chatbot, an AI avatar, or no avatar in the control condition. And then we coded their ideas for originality, quality, and harm. And then we coded the AI messages that they asked while gathering information for the steps in which they used the AI in the creative process. So information gathering, idea generation, or idea evaluation. Oh, and that's the avatar. So findings reveal group differences in harmful ideas, such that those who actually had no access to AI generated the most harmful ideas. Then there were also a series of interactions. So those who used the AI chatbot for information gathering generated more harmful and original ideas. Those who used the AI avatar for idea evaluation generated more harmful ideas. And then those who used the chatbot for idea generation, there were no significant findings or effects on the malevolent creativity variables. But further investigation, we found that if they used the AI chatbot for idea generation, their positive affect was stronger post the AI interaction. So what does all this mean? First, using AI to gather information and evaluate ideas did result in higher quality and more original ideas than a human could alone in the control condition. And although users enjoyed using the AI for generating ideas, there were no significant effects. So it's not solely going to be used for generating those novel ideas. And then the control condition had the most harmful ideas. However, that's one limitation of our study was that the AI was built upon a publicly accessible ChatGPT model, so it has lots of constraints. So in future research, maybe. Well, in future research, Joel and his team did create an unconstrained AI chatbot that participants will be able to gather information and generate ideas using something that doesn't have as many guardrails as something like ChatGPT. So we added a prompt from study 1 into the unconstrained, and it came up with an idea that included hurting and injuring people and then having others hit their head, which ChatGPT would have never included. So all this to say that these findings and tasks were part of a hypothetical intergroup conflict, but these findings do generalize and can be expanded upon in other contexts such as agroterrorism, public events, and other threats that are being spoken about during this conference. Thank you.
Okay, tech check. Great. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. For those of you not on or here during the first panel session, my name is Austin Doctor. I'm the Insight Head of Counterterrorism Research Initiatives. I'm a political scientist by training. I study your usual suspects, militants, terrorists, violent extremists, and the emerging threats that they present, including through the malign use of emerging tech. I also promise that this is the last time you have to see me up here today. It is a privilege to be part of this panel with so many people that I respect and to speak on this important topic. I'm excited to share a bit about a project that I'm leading in partnership with a great team at START and UMD on the potential for terrorist use of geospatial technologies to harm and disrupt U.S. critical infrastructure. So let's get into it. Earlier this year, DHS released the 2024 Homeland Threat Assessment. Our project speaks to the intersection of two of the priorities identified in that report. That is the security of our nation's critical infrastructure and the evolving terrorism environment. And the background of this project goes a little bit further back than that as well. It's rooted in a number of the goals and supporting activities that are identified in the 2019 DHS strategic framework, including the need for accurate forecasting of threats and malign uses of emerging tech, and particularly in the form of future-oriented public-ready reports. More recently, I think we've seen some pointed demand signals from statements released by DHS leaders, including those in CISA and across the interagency mission community, speaking directly to the types of geospatial tech that may present more immediate and downrange threats. That includes risk connected to the Internet of Things, unmanned systems, precision agriculture, explosives, and others. We know that U.S. critical infrastructure is in the crosshairs and across actors, or I should say by actors across the violent ideological spectrum. In this project, just by nature of feasibility, we focus on two of those 16 critical infrastructure sectors in particular. One, based off of the uptick in reported plots and attacks against the U.S. power grid, we want to give full attention to the U.S. energy sector. But we also want to look beyond the top of the news cycle. We think there's a lot of value in better understanding how these technologies may be used to disrupt the American food and ag sector. And so in anticipation of a changing threat environment, our goal for this project is to provide an update to that comprehensive understanding of how geospatial tech advancements and related skills could be used by malign actors in the future. The last time that this was done, at least by my count, in a public space was in a 2004 report published by the RAND Corporation. I think we can all acknowledge that both the threat environment and the technological space has changed several times over since that time, and I think we're due for an update. I'll also mention, just by way of scope conditions, that we're focusing this iteration of the project on 3 specific suites of geospatial technologies, that is unmanned systems or drones, the Internet of Things, and geographic information systems. Okay, let's take a look under the hood. We're executing this project across 5 chronological tasks and currently relatively early in the work plan under the second item of those 5, with 3 more on the horizon over the next year and a half or so. We've developed a set of 3 rapid review reports, and we are currently finalizing interviews with key subject matter experts and stakeholders. Next, we'll develop some scenario analysis frameworks and potential future-oriented malign use cases. All of that will culminate into a futures-oriented workshop that will bring together practitioners and stakeholders to act upon those designed scenarios and frameworks and identify both challenges and potential solutions to the identified issues. And we'll wrap this up, the project up, by bringing all of those insights together into a single report and deliverable for our partners at DHS and at CISA. Here's where we've accomplished so far: three rapid reviews that are nearing ready for public release. For those of you who have not worked with this methodology in the past, just by way of overview, this is an approach that's really designed to offer decision makers access to evidence summaries that map the evidence baseline, the state of science and practice on a given research topic. They're meant to serve as informative briefs that can prepare stakeholders for discussions and support the development of strategic frameworks. And so we've built these rapid reviews around those 3 suites of technologies that we've identified as a point of focus for this report. In terms of preliminary findings, what's come out of the work so far, what are we building from? First is just a recognition that critical infrastructure remains highly vulnerable to physical attack. Second, that violent extremists have more and latent opportunity, I think, to exploit publicly available geospatial data and enabled technologies to create harm and disruption. And we anticipate, our summary suggests this is likely only to increase in the near and intermediate future. The other thing I want to point out is that there isn't just one threat profile. Extremists are likely to make use of both more rudimentary forms of these technologies, as well as more sophisticated platforms and applications based off of their personal skills, knowledge, skills, abilities, and available resources. And I would expect these threat streams to present overlapping but also distinct risks. Lastly is just recognizing the need for a better understanding of what I would call the relative utility of terrorist adoption of geospatial tech relative to more analog or traditional TTPs. And this may tee up Gary's to talk as well. And so this is where we are in terms of our preliminary findings. We're excited to dig deeper and to build out from these across the rest of the project work plan, including in our next step, the development of these scenario analysis frameworks. Just as by way of summary, under this task, our purpose is to develop sort of an analytic focus on near future scenarios for terrorist use of geospatial tech that are really aligned and articulated around the planning and attack cycle. I have borrowed this graphic from our friends at NCTC and the JCAT team specifically that outlines what some of those stages could look like. And we're looking to articulate these malign use cases around these different stages, using these to get a better understanding of how terrorists can use specific tech to conduct specific types of attacks against specific infrastructure targets. Actually, I think Scarlett's project that she briefed out in providing and presenting almost a digital twin of a physical environment and potential malign attacks in that space is a really good example of that. Could also think about unmanned systems being used for pre-attack intelligence and reconnaissance, and then an explosive-laden agriculture drone, right, being actually used to implement the attack against, say, an energy power substation. Critical aspects of these frameworks, though, I think, and the real value is going to be clarity about the constraining parameters around these malign use cases, as well as identification of the minimal threshold or barriers, points of entry at each of these stages of the attack cycle. What are the skills and resources needed for the typical violent extremist to execute a hypothetical use case? And then can we use these insights to help support proactive mitigation against identified viable threats? Look forward to digging more during Q&A and to learning from Gary's project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Gary Ackerman. Thank you very much. I'm just going to stand here because the screen's a little bit this way and I can't really see it from where I am sitting. I just want to say thank you. It's really an honor and a privilege to be on a panel with all these wonderful researchers. And I think it's opportune that I'm going last because a lot of what I do ties this all together. So now I don't have to make the case that there are emerging technologies that we need to be concerned about. That has already been made very adequately. These talks are much easier to give if you've done sort of a standard research project with hypothesis testing and findings. Unfortunately, the research project that we've been doing, the ATTACH project, which I'm not going to go out the whole acronym. The ATTACH project is much more of giving a capability to DHS and the Homeland Security enterprise. So it's a lot about kind of the weeds and the products that come out of it. So hopefully I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. I have far more slides than I have time. And the last thing I want to do is get on Erin's bad side. So some of the stuff I'm just going to go over very broadly, sort of what we've done, where we are and where we're going. And then I'm happy to sort of go into more detail afterwards. If anything here sort of whets your appetite, come speak to me afterwards or during the question and answer session. So with that, I'm just going to go ahead. I also want to thank very much. I have a whole team, a wonderful team. We're working on this at the University of Albany, and I also have several other folks. But I also want to specifically recognize our current partners at DHS. We've had partners in the CWMD office and also currently in the Office of Intelligence and Analysis, who have been wonderful partners, and we could not do this work without their impact, their input. And especially since we're designing a product for them, it's crucial to have that kind of feedback loop. And they've been exceptionally gracious with their time and their expertise. And so I wanted to acknowledge that as well. Okay, project overview. I think there's some slides missing here, but whatever, it's all good. There's a few slides missing. So I don't need to, that case has already been made for me about the problems to solve. How we're going to do it, we're looking at horizon scanning, which is a methodology to kind of look at the universe of what's out there and see what could possibly be a risk or a threat. Why do we do that? Because you've got all these risk assessment and threat assessment methodologies, but you have to have something to apply those to. And if you don't even know that something's a potential threat, you're not going to analyze the magnitude of that threat or risk. And therefore, you can't do anything about it. So somebody has to identify it first, and that's kind of what horizon scanning does. And then after that, we bring on a socio-technical model of terrorist technology adoption to analyze which of these technologies are most likely to be used by adversaries. In the first year, we focused on CBRN, chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear technologies. And the year 2 focus, which is this year, we're focusing on autonomous technology. So many of the things that have been mentioned now, we've actually, this was all kind of, very validating for what we've been doing. Products are, we're actually creating horizon scans, which by themselves are very useful for people in the enterprise. We also developing a new model of terrorist technology adoption that's specifically oriented towards the homeland, building on other work I've done in the past. But taking into account the unique features of domestic threat environment. Things like you don't have necessarily very well-structured formal groups like Hezbollah and Al-Qaeda necessarily are being the only actors. You also have a lot of lone actors or semi-lone actors or whatever you want to call them, quasi-lone actors. You have small cells. You have unnamed entities that don't come out there and say, this is our ideological platform. So how do we had to adapt the model for that. And then we've done a lot of pilot testing of the tool. Okay, so without further ado, that is a long and probably tedious, boring way that we actually do have a process. I'm not going to go too much into it, but we basically do the horizon scan first. We get a lot of feedback during while we do data collection. We populate the tool. We run the tool. But I'm skipping out that for that. Whoops. Now we go dead. Okay, there we go. So the whole idea of horizon scans, I've done, that's the sort of objective that we have. We only looked offensively, so horizon scans can be done for defensive technologies, and they should be done for defensive technologies, but we're focusing on how these technologies might be abused and misused and utilized by non-state actors. Only technologies developments reported in the last 5 years. You know, we're not interested in technologies from 30 years ago. Looking for weak signals. So we do all kinds of cool stuff. So as well as going through patent databases and scientific journal articles and engineering magazines, we also go through YouTube and Reddit and science fiction books. And my students love when I tell them that your a mission and task for the semester is to read as many comic books as possible and extract any useful ideas about new technologies. And they were like, wait, I'm actually getting paid to do this? And said, yeah. Okay, except we don't pay you because you're an intern. But anyway, okay. So horizon scans, again, we're just looking for plausibility. We're not saying that something is a threat. We're saying that in some non-zero probability of potentially being a threat within the next 5 years' time or 10 years' time. Everything subsequent to that gets done at a different process of threat assessment, risk assessment. As I said, we looked at both mainstream and fringe sources. We also interviewed a lot of experts. So there's a very rigorous process, but no time for that now. Just as an example, though, we did over 800 sources were identified that we extracted 604 signals. Signals are kind of weak and strong things that you need to worry about, plus expert interviews. And then you come up with a lot of clustering, analysis, and synthesis, and you come up with what we call insights. Insights are the so what of a lot of different signals. So you get all kinds of different signals of things that are happening, and you put them all together and say, okay, what does this mean for Homeland Security? And those are the 57 insights. And that's just one insight there as an example of electromagnetically activated chemical weapons or biological weapons. That's a very interesting one, but we have like 56 others, but I can talk about it. And you get these small sheets, and then you can put all that together and bring it into a technological landscape. We call this a landscape where everything is kind of looked at. What's a black swan versus what's definitely happening versus in what area of threat is there? Does this apply? Is it going to have a high impact or low impact in Homeland Security? These are the kind of things you can ask. You can put it all in one infographic. By the way, this website, there's an interactive website where you can go here and click and see everything. If anyone's interested, ask me. And then you can also do some, what is the overall picture, and you can do some quick analyses. How many black swans versus trends are there and things like that. Okay, I'm going to go very quickly through this. In the year 2, though, we're looking at autonomous technologies. That will be delivered to Insight next week. So I have a whole lot of people working on it now. And we're looking at everything like drone swarms, AI systems, autonomous vehicles used as weapons. Got some fascinating things that we found, but you'll find about it next week. Now we're talking about the model. The model integrates the technical aspects of emerging technologies and the social organization strategic features of malicious actors like terrorists. And it focuses on a combination of terrorist technology dyads. So we don't believe you can look at the technologies themselves. We don't believe you can look at the terrorists themselves. You have to look at the interaction between them at an organizational, social, technological level. Just to give an example, it has 2 submodels within it, decision submodel, whether or not the terrorists are actually are going to be interested in pursuing that technology, and then a success submodel. If they pursue it, how likely are they to succeed? And they're very different kind of models. Innovations that we did in the last year, we updated the theoretical foundation based on the latest social science. So we read another 500 sources on all these things. The model has changed fundamentally from a deterministic model to a probabilistic model. those you know, we moved from known terrorist groups only, which the model could only handle those in the past, to now can look at lone actors, cells, and archetypes. And we brought in a lot of interaction effects that weren't in the previous versions of the model. So I'm not going to go too much into that, but we can look at incel stuff and that. Those are some of the variables in the model. It's a large model. It's a complex model. I'm not going to go into much, but you can see those are just some of the technology and active variables, but they go on. I'm not going to. Well, this is just to show you that I've actually done something for those at DHS, and I'm not just saying this, there's actually something there, but I'm not going to go too much into it. It could be vaporware, who knows, but that's how at the moment, the model is implemented, at least the input and output interface is implemented in Excel, because that's something that's easy for our folks in DHS to do. So they enter information, analysts enter information about the actor, information about the technology, can be different actors, and then the model runs all kinds of cool things. And there's a technology input sample of things that they can do. It's drop-down menus and very simple stuff. The model actually does calculations and then comes up with, it uses a Monte Carlo simulation approach to combine all of these different effects and variables and get you something where it is. So why do we care about that? And I know I only have a minute left, so I have to tell you very quickly why we care about that. We did a pilot application just to verify that this all worked and we could run it in a feasible amount of time. We looked at 5 very different actors in the US. We looked at some lone actors, some small cells, and some more or less formal organizations. And then we looked at 5 pilot technologies that were, funny enough, drawn from our Horizon scan. We took 5 of them. We worked with DHS to choose 5. Obviously, you could run all of the actors against all the technologies. This tool is completely scalable, but this was just a pilot. You can see pilot technologies. And then you can do things like look at which different actors and which technology showed the most likelihood. And short answer there is Hezbollah was the most likely to both pursue things, an operational cell of Hezbollah in the US, and to succeed. And acceleration is different depending on the actor, but we can go more into that. It was just a pilot. We didn't use like any classified data. It was used based purely on open source data, but it could include non-open source data too. Applications, it mitigates both over and under reaction to emerging technology threats. It moves from assessing theoretical potential of emerging technologies, which is something that everybody's talking about, but what's the real world terrorist threat against the homeland from those technologies? Because there's just too many emerging technologies to deal with everything. The eventual tool will be easily updated and be able to rerun with new data, technologies, and adversaries. It kind of builds libraries and just add to those as you go, and provides stakeholders with sustainable capability, something that they can use on and on. So where are we doing now? The current tool is lab use only. There's a lot of things that are still done manually and that you need kind of like very big familiarity with the tool and not designed for usability or homeland security workflows. So we're developing a user-friendly interfaces and operational processes with INA, very closely with them to maximize usage by analysts and stakeholders. And we've worked with a lot of analysts. If I send them one more usability survey and functionality survey and make them go through the same thing one more time, I think they're going to kill me or arrest me or something. But we will have a fully functioning prototype by the fall of this year that can then be hopefully transitioned over to the community. So thank you very much. That's all. Happy to answer questions, and thank you for your patience.
Gary, you could never get on my bad side, by the way. I'm a sucker for an accent. You know, this is where all the telemarketing companies are based in Omaha because we sadly don't have an accent. Okay, so hopefully we got a lot of questions here, and Gary has, and everyone has so much to offer. So please do use this time to chase them down and talk to them. It's sort of tragic that we had to have him rush through that presentation, but I'm thankful to you, Gary, because we do want to get to questions. Okay, we've got Camden back there. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, my name is Nate Ostick. I'm from the University of Nebraska, Omaha, and this is really could be directed to any of you. I'm curious, how do these emerging technologies that you're focusing on intersect with decentralized communication and also financial technologies, and what sort of capabilities are they enabling these bad actors to have? And how might that be combated as well?
Anyone want to take that one? Okay, Gary, thank you.
those who know me know that I'll talk anytime, so just tell me to shut up when you've had enough. That's a very interesting question. Communications technologies and financial, I'm presuming things like cryptocurrencies and encrypted communications and things like that. It's actually this whole idea of threat convergence, because there are multiple technologies emerging in multiple streams at the same time. That doesn't mean you can analyze them separately, because they do cross over. Even though Ghostbusters tell you never cross the streams, in reality they do. Sorry, I'll get a lot of pop culture references to the 80s, and they'll tell you to they do, because there are ripple effects. So for instance, if you're doing something using AI, and then there comes a time to pay for it, you pay for it with cryptocurrency, which you can then disguise in a way. So it actually, a lot of these things are we actually see this happening. We see certain things happening, people trying to buy new technologies on the dark web, for instance, but paying in cryptocurrency and then communicating through Proton Mail or whatever you want to do. So those things are happening. At the moment, most of it is happening with criminal organizations rather than terrorists, so to speak. But usually terrorists are one step behind the criminal organizations. So what the criminal organizations do today, I've found like in 10 years' time, the terrorists will be doing. Hope that answers a little bit of the question.
Thank you, Gary, and good job. That was succinct. Kevin Peters has a question here, Camden.
Appreciate it. Kevin Peters, Department of Homeland Security, Office of Intelligence Analysis. First off, Austin, thank you so much for having a picture of the Homeland Threat Assessment. It's great to know at least one person read that. Bringing back to a question my colleague from NCTC asked the first panel this morning, and to kind of set up the question, I want to kind of pivot to that engagement opportunity for policymakers to confront malicious use of technologies. And for kind of a tee up, you have the artificial intelligence community, groups like the Future of Life Institute that advocate for ethical AI research principles. They help sign on great things, Solomar principles. But then that runs into industry, who's looking for any possible way they can use AI to use it for novel applications to make money. And it presents a lot of real challenges for policymakers when you're looking at how do you confront an industry that overlaps. I think it was a great way you guys described the convergence of geospatial technologies, which is multiple technologies. You're kind of categorizing that way, or autonomous technologies, as Gary, you talked about. So I'd love two-part question, thoughts from the panel. What opportunities in terms of for policymakers to engage, and which industries do you think are doing the best to try to develop mitigations as they're developing their technologies, and which industries are the worst? Kind of help us think about that from a policymaker perspective of how we really confront this challenge. And just today, the Supreme Court strikes down an injunction to us engaging with tech sector, which has been a real challenge in the last several years. So hopefully that makes sense. Happy to clarify offline, but appreciate the view of the panel on that tough challenge for policymakers.
I see heads nodding. Austin, jump in from a policy perspective.
Yeah, sure. And I think, in terms of the AI, I'll leave the AI side to Joel and to his team. But on the first question, what opportunities are there for policy actors to engage? I think really, really critical one. The first is, I would say, find the early opportunity, right? Earlier on in the development process. I mean, because there's going to be a natural further and further down. And I think this is known to everybody in the room, but the further you are through the R&D and sort of process, the more that profitability is at risk, right? So you're at competing interests from the start. So I think find that opportunity to step in as a partner to not just completely shut down, right? But to actually be a partner and trying to find a way to develop things that are ethical, but also preemptively avoid or mitigate malign use cases at scale is I think the best way forward. And the way to do that, to get in early on, is to have teams working on identifying those over the horizon emerging threats, right? And then determining which are the most viable, right? And the most likely to happen, so that you can sort your workflow and prioritize accordingly. Yeah.
So that's a great question. And fortunately, unfortunately, I've been heavily involved with industry in assessing new technologies primarily AI, but other technologies as well recently. So I kind of have an insight. I can't give details because the NDAs will put me in, my kids will never go to college then. But because a lot of these companies have more lawyers than DHS as employees. But I'll tell you two things. First of all, there's an interesting thing. A colleague the other day is starting to write a paper of mine. He's entitling his paper "When the US Government Nationalizes AI," which is a very provocative title, but he's actually looking and says, like, he believes honestly this could happen. So it might get to the point where crazy stuff happens. But put that aside, I find in these organizations, just like any government agency and anything else, there are different factions. You've got the designers and developers, the engineers often, who just want to build new things, don't think about anything. You do have people that are honestly worried about the implications, security, safety, social implications. And you know, they've been given a sort of a little bit of energy now. And they've been sometimes given budgets to say we need to, you know, mitigate any potential harm that comes from our technologies. But then at the same time, while they're being given that, there's also the shareholders are saying we need profit. And so there's the business folks in the organization are pushing and saying, yep, we've given you 2 days to do a safety testing. Now we're rolling out the product. When they were like, we need 6 years to do the safety testing. And then on top of that, you have all the lawyers that say, you're not working with government, I don't care. You're not talking to anybody in government ever for any reason. You know, you're not saying anything. So you have all these different factions, and it depends on any one day. So it's been very frustrating sometimes for me, is that on one day, the safety and security faction kind of wins out and makes the case that we need to make sure our products and our technologies are safe and secure. And then the next day they're like, oh, by the way, you know, we're going to do all that testing. Yeah, that's been canned because they need to move this out to market within a week. So, I mean, it's a very dynamic thing, but there is that constituency. So my advice is always, whatever the US government can do to strengthen that constituency within all these organizations, that's what I do. And there are senior people, leadership in a lot of these organizations that are serious about this. It's just that there's multiple competing interests as well.
Joel, do you want to piggyback off that at all?
I think that was pretty well answered. I think that in terms of good examples and bad examples, it might be a little more nuanced than that, because I feel within every organization that we're talking to and that we're working with, you know, you have your EACs and your D-cells, people for and against, you know, rapidly implementing this technology. So we'll answer it across the board.
Very good. Thank you. Scarlett, I have a question for you. I wrote this down early when you were speaking. You mentioned that VR leads to more malevolent creativity. Why?
That's a good question. So why? I always say in design, the most important question is why. I think it's the ability to process the space in a way. So one, we're looking at product design, right? So in a broad spectrum, we're looking at an ability to develop a product in a space that can cause harm, as Alexis brought up, right? So I think once you understand the environment more and the capabilities of where you're at and the scenarios, it allows you to envision new ways. So in one of the photos I showed, there was actually a van that was backed up in a Google Earth photo of it. And so I may never have thought about a delivery vehicle being a means to put a product in that could then cause harm, but being able to contextualize that space and be able to see it is a way that can then trigger different memory spaces in my mind to make me think of new novel threats. So I think it's the access of the way that our mind works that it then triggers these new areas of information that we may not have thought of before.
Okay, and then related, Alexis, I wonder if you can weigh in. So we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? We don't want to go back to the Stone Age and just use fire, which Omahans had to do last night when the lights went out due to the storm. So that said, what is it about emerging tech that leads to bad behavior? Is this always thus? So every time there was a new technological development, there was malign application of that, or is there something unique to the tech that we're seeing now that lends to more malign use than other tech?
I think both can be true. There's a long history of, the internet being used for malign applications. So I think just the newest and greatest technology that's being developed is also going to be adopted. I think artificial intelligence and some of the other emerging technologies offer maybe a new type of creativity and thinking and novelty that wasn't previously available in the world of Web 2.0 and the development of that in the 90s. So I think yes, I think to your answer. Yeah.
Does anyone else want to weigh in on that? I'm just curious, what is new about the tech that's different from the old tech?
So this question goes back, I mean, much further than human beings themselves. They found recently that chimpanzees use sticks. They use sticks for poking in termite mounds to get termites. They also then go and use those sticks to hit other chimpanzees. So they're taking the good and bad part of that technology, and that's about as basic as you can get. And throughout history, this has occurred. Leonardo da Vinci and Francis Bacon both encrypted a lot of their work because they knew that if they didn't, people would misuse it. So there's a lot of things. There's nothing new about this. There's a whole good thing on some anthropologists have done a lot of work where they say about malevolent creativity. They didn't call it that, but this goes back hundreds of years. It's something that's a continual cycle, and anything new can be. There are those who will use it for good and those who will use it for bad. Although it's important to recognize that even those who we say are using it for malevolent purposes, in their minds, they're not. In their minds, they're doing something noble. So yeah, almost all terrorists throughout the world always believe that they are right and they are correct and justified in what they're doing. So it's only malevolent from our perspective. From their perspective, it's very useful, just like we think things are useful.
So in the stick example, is it what was malevolent? Was it the termites? Were they? No, we don't need to go down that road. Listen, we're going to take a break, folks, and ask you to come back. Before you do, let's give this panel a round of applause. And we'll see you in your seats at 2:13. Thank you. Schedule? I don't know if we can move people away from the snacks, but grab your last cupful and a cup of coffee. Got an exciting prize to give away. Okay, I'm going right to it. And those out at the snacks, you're just going to miss your big opportunity to win big here. So over the break, I got to meet a lovely young man, Alex St. John. Alex, can you wave or stand up? Alex is from Texas A&M San Antonio, which is a very cool city, and he gets to come here. And this is a vacation for Alex to come to Omaha. And so, of course, being a native, I want to tell Alex everywhere that I want you to go in our wonderful city. But those of you looking for something to do, and this is related to the quiz question and the prize, is that definitely make the old market in downtown a stop. The city just redid a couple beautiful parks, so there's lots to do and see there. But if you're in the walking mood, go over the rising Missouri River. We're not going to have a Led Zeppelin here. The levee is not going to break. The World Herald reported that today. They don't expect the flood to crest the levee, so I think it's okay. And on this pedestrian bridge, you can put 1 foot in Iowa and 1 foot in Nebraska. And Alex said that was a dream of his. So the dream is about to come true. But this bridge is named for a former U.S. Senator from Nebraska that may have had Runza shipped to his home. And so in Omaha, yeah, you don't count. You're from here. In Omaha, we call this bridge a name. It's a short little name. The Omaha know-it-alls know what it means. Not the Long Bridge. Nice try, Meg McBride. Are you from Omaha? I don't recognize you. The Bob. Woo! Bob Carey. It's the Bob Carey pedestrian bridge. This is what an earmark got us. We got a bridge. Okay. Come get your prize. Good job. So make sure you visit the Bob. And if you're at the Bob, you're going to see this blue little troll creature, and the city and the tourism people are really trying to make the troll take off, and it's going nowhere. We have a long history in our city of bad slogans. Omaha rare, well done. Real life and Nebraska, it's not for everyone. So that really brings you here. Very welcoming. Okay, so we're going to go right into session 3, changes in how terrorists behave. We have an awesome 2-person panel. We only have 30 minutes, and so they are going to get right to it. These 2 experts on today's panel will speak to their cutting-edge research on this topic with a focus on implications for the emerging terror landscape. Speaking on recruiting patterns will be Alec Warsnop, a political scientist at the University of Maryland. And then telling us about the Provisional Irish Republican Army and the Oath Keepers will be Patrick Finnegan, and he is from the University of Lincoln. And this is not Lincoln, Nebraska. No, 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 University of Lincoln. So take it away, guys. Thank you. Is it on?
Okay. Can people hear me? Okay, cool. So thank you very much for having us. I look forward to talking a little bit about this. This is going to be kind of a synopsis of a project that Evan, Meredith Loken, and I have been working on, and Patrick actually did some research as part of this grant as well, too. So just imagine, we feel very lonely up here if anybody wants to join us, but just imagine Evan and Meredith are sitting down there as well, too. So Evan's at the University of Connecticut, Meredith is at the University of Amsterdam. So the kind of general purpose or kind of motivating theme of this project comes out of a lot of what we've talked about so far today, right? We know that insurgent groups, terrorist groups look for all sorts of different skill sets. They need all sorts of different skills, both at different points in the conflict and throughout. What we know a lot less about is thinking about what the long-term effects of recruiting based on different skills are for how terrorists develop, how terrorists develop, right? whether we have these path-dependent processes or if groups end up changing how they behave, how they target, how violent they are because of those people they're onboarding to take care of tasks, right, that they need to be done. And so this is a general question we have across armed groups, right, kind of globally, but it also speaks a lot to thinking about a set of nascent armed groups in the United States and domestic violent extremists in particular, right? So what can we learn about how the recruitment profiles of fighters actually shape the way and organizations end up developing? Okay, so the general purpose of the project is to figure out the kind of general idea of the variation, and then more importantly, think about what that variation means, right? So we think about how recruitment patterns vary in terms of variables like military and technical expertise, religion, ideology, gender, and so on and so forth, right? And then there are three things we want to do with it. So last year we started collecting kind of expert analysis on how these various factors might influence insurgent groups. So Patrick wrote one of our reports, right, about kind of professionalization and military experience. We had others about ideology, gender, religion, age of members to get a sense, right, of which of these variables likely are having major influence on how organizations operate and how they develop. In the moment, we're in the middle of collecting kind of a large end snapshot of about 300 groups, armed groups worldwide, to get a sense of how they're explicitly recruiting based on different characteristics like this, right? That will help us to map out both the extent of variation, but also what's the meaningful kind of the real world implications of this happening. And finally, right, with this foundation, we're hoping to spend, or we're planning to spend next year thinking about how some of these lessons might tell us about nascent or developing domestic violent extremists in the US. In general, the core, if we have one core takeaway, right, is that who fights actually matters and has unintended and long-term consequences for these groups. So I'm going to talk about kind of an example of what this large end data collection looks like to give you a sense of what that variation is, and then talk about an example of how this actually shapes organizational profiles by kind of quickly recounting a paper that we have forthcoming on security studies that kind of draws on exactly this. Okay, so right here, we just have a kind of quick snapshot of what our data collection effort looks like for the country of Somalia. This was actually prepared by an undergrad at UConn who is now going to come to the University of Maryland as a PhD student. So we're doing a good job of moving students between our institutions. And what we see here is a kind of three really important takeaways. The first is that there's a lot of variation across the groups in Somalia, despite having relatively similar ideological bents in this sort of thing, right? The second is you can see that the kind of shaded squares are squares where our RAs are less sure about it. And so this should be apparent to everybody in this room, and everybody knows this, but just being cognizant of the fact that we're rarely getting a great snapshot of what organizations are doing in real time and what they focus on. Right. And then the kind of fourth piece of this is thinking about the ways in which it's meaningful, right? So Will, our RA, kind of writes a lot about how, in particular, SPM, the Somali Patriotic Movement, has had a real problem, right, competing with a lot of these other groups because it hasn't been recruiting women. A lot of these other groups have changed to have a lot more gender equity in how they're recruiting, and this has had meaningful effects on the battlefield for it. And so just to kind of more broadly get a sense of what we're doing across all these 300 groups, right, we can see this snapshot in Somalia and recognize, right, that there's utility in this and that there's actually unexpected variation in groups that look relatively similar in a lot of ways. Okay. So the second thing that I kind of want to talk through in a bit more detail is thinking through the extent to which who you recruit reshapes how the organization works. And so this kind of draws on a quick summary of this paper, Veterans, Novices, and Patterns of Rebel Recruitment, that tracks how the recruitment of veteran fighters, so skilled fighters in particular, changed how the Al-Qaeda in Iraq and its follow-on organization, the Islamic State, operated in Iraq, and how some of these changes were both useful for the organization, but some of them were quite challenging as well too. So we have this movement from Zarqawi on the, I can't turn around, that would be on your left, right? And to kind of the broader movement warfare of the Islamic State. And to be able to do this, both of these groups ended up recruiting a lot of very skilled fighters with a lot of combat experience, right? So what were the implications of this? How did this kind of play out in terms of how the groups operated? So in terms of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, the predecessor to the Islamic State, in some ways, they're dealing with this bountiful harvest when they start coming to power or start fighting in 2003 and 2004, right? The Iraqi army has been disbanded. You have a lot of really skilled Iraqi recruits that are potentially well trained and could join the insurgency. Zarqawi has a problem with them, though, right? He's saying that their previous military experience, their previous understanding of how to deploy force, is at odds with the operational kind of approach or tactical approach of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, right? See, he said, unfortunately, right, the folks here in Iraq right now are using mines that are planted, rockets launched, and mortars shelling from afar. They still prefer safety and returning to their arms or their wives, right? So the idea is they're preferring operational profiles that are less risky. And this is a major problem for Al-Qaeda in Iraq in the kind of 2003, 2004, 2005 period. They are getting people with combat experience, but they're having a lot of trouble convincing them to carry out the types of operations that Al-Qaeda in Iraq wants to carry out. And this leads to a kind of change in the way in which they're approaching the conflict in 2006, 2007, and actually begins to lay the groundwork for the Islamic State, right? You have different people on board in the organization that prefer different sorts of operational profiles, and they're pushing towards that. And so what's interesting about this is that Zarqawi recognized this in real time. Recognized this in real time, and that was really useful for us to understand that insurgent leaders care about this. And then second, that despite that, right, he had a lot of trouble. Despite recognizing these potential concerns, right, he had trouble actually stopping the effects from these incoming recruits from happening. And we saw this happen again as the Islamic State transitioned from kind of an insurgency towards movement warfare. So a huge part of this transition to movement warfare actually came from the recruitment of Chechen fighters and other fighters from the broader Russian Caucasus. And they were very useful because they experienced fighting Russian forces, but they brought a very different set of perspectives on conflict, right? And so Omar al-Shishani, one of the more famous Chechen fighters in the Islamic State, right, said in the statement the day before he was killed, he was reminding the leadership of the Islamic State that don't forget about the Caucasus. And this actually played out. The Islamic State shifted a lot and started treating Russia as a major enemy of the Islamic State, which strategically made very little sense in the context of what they're doing in Iraq and Syria, but was driven by the influx of new recruits that they had right there. And more broadly, Chechen fighters led to different operational kind of training schemes. They were training for operations that they thought would be useful in Iraq and Syria, but also in Russia or in Chechnya when they go back. So you see this shift in who and how they're trying to recruit. And so this is in part about foreign fighters, but we actually see this within the organization more broadly. So Ido Levy and a lot of new research has kind of demonstrated that a lot of the shift to movement warfare that was attributed to Ba'ath or Saddam Hussein trained Iraqi fighters wasn't really coming from that, right? These fighters that ended up being prominent in the Islamic State didn't have conventional and movement experience. What they did have was pretty strong sets of experience fighting the insurgency after 2003, right? So they looked very different in terms of what their role was. And so more broadly, right, we see that who you're kind of bringing on board actually matters a lot in terms of how you develop. And it had meaningful implications for how the Islamic State developed. And so more broadly, the project kind of tries to look at this perspective beyond just military skill and to other things as well too. And so Patrick is going to speak to this quite well in terms of contrasting a group like the PIRA with the Oath Keepers and thinking about, right, who you're recruiting, how does that shape how you end up developing, and what should we know about that as we're viewing a lot of nascent domestic violent extremist groups in the US and elsewhere. I think I'm already up.
Hi, everyone, hope you can hear me. Yeah, Dr. Patrick Finnegan. I'm from the other University of Lincoln, as was already mentioned. So I have no stake in the local rivalries, but if someone pays me, I will come and have a go. And in true academic fashion, having submitted my slides, I decided almost instantly that there was a far better title that I could have used. I'm torn between two of them right now, so I will do a straw poll at the end of the day about which actually works. And it's about performance, not performing, or it's technical skills, not tactical, which is kind of the point I'm trying to get to here. And before I get too far into it, I just want to say, I was brought into Alex's project as someone who is a historian by trade, but studies in organizational behavior, and perhaps most importantly, wasn't American, and was therefore to kind of challenge some of the kind of standard thinking that was in the area about how do you deal with right wing, how do you deal with left wing, how do you deal with American threats versus historical, much more long-lived incidences. So core things I was looking at was educational and professional background to see if they seemed to make any difference in the long term about what was going on. It was a largely qualitative project, but I have some stats for those who like graphs. And the idea was compare a campaign that was over and a campaign that we could say is still ongoing or has been stalled, but more importantly, a heavy civilian organization and a heavily military or securitized organization. And although the kind of central theme was drawing from the military seems to be the most threatening thing that an organization could do because all those skills are ready-made, they're readily employable and everything else. But is it any different to any other professional background? And a lot of it depends on what you're actually trying to do. So for those who aren't aware, provisional IRA or the RA, I do want to I'm trying not to be another Irish guy who talks about the RA all the time, but I was asked to make this comparison, so I've made it. I think it's actually worthwhile doing. For those who didn't know, the IRA conducted a multi-decade long campaign against a Western European government that was trying very hard to suppress it. This wasn't something that was just being let bubble away. And it took 30 years to reach stalemate, never mind defeat. Their approach was quite different to the Oath Keepers. So rather than trying to be very distinct from society, it tried to blend in. And it had targeted recruitment, but it wasn't based on military backgrounds. It was based on utility. And as I'll say later on, throughout its transformation, the IRA became very task cohesion focused, not socially cohesive. And it also developed its own organic training system because it knew it was in a long haul conflict. And if you take 5 years to train someone, it takes 5 years to train someone. They had that longevity. Meanwhile, the Oath Keepers, on the other hand, deliberately targeting police, sheriffs, customs, whatever it might be, particularly the military. Although rarely engaging in conflict, there are cases of Oath Keepers engaging in violence, and they have a strategy, or at least did, of disavowing members who engage in violence because I try to argue it's about performance, or it's about being performative in that case, whereas the IRA was about performance. Can you do the job? And that's, I think, a key distinction that gets left out. I'm also aware we're prone to death by PowerPoint, so I'm going to try and focus on the bolded points throughout the discussion rather than reading everything. But for those who aren't particularly familiar with this side of academia, there is no real correlation between being completely educationless or completely destitute and joining a terror group. The easy idea of the poorest places produce the most violence just isn't accurate. What matters, and reflects the talks that happened earlier on, having a grievance, having some aspirations that you just can't achieve, and you then target the system and you try to claw back some of that control that you think you have lost. So I think that's important to remember, that all of the groups that we're looking at, it's people who, as was already mentioned, what they think or what they're doing, they think makes sense. And it's about moderate levels of education and relative deprivation, everything else. That said, it's fairly useful if you're a bomb maker to be an electrician. And that kind of trade is really useful rather than simply reading lots of books about electrical engineering. And within that, we also have a massive distinction between the leaders of organizations who contemporarily tend to be very highly trained engineers, PhDs in mechanical and electrical engineering and everything else, but the foot soldiers aren't. There are people who are using everyday skills. And to highlight another trend that pretty came up in the last panel is a lot of this isn't new. We know it's been going on for quite some time, but we sometimes get wrapped up in recent events or in trends that we're trying to explain, that I think rather than revolutionize everything, it's a deepening of something. And I love this quote that I got from the archives that maybe they'll let me back one day when they realize I found this. British Security Review in the mid-80s of trying to directly address the idea of how do we prevent these people becoming terrorists? Or we'll give them jobs, we'll support money, we'll support training, everything else. And then the senior British Army officer said, there is no correlation with educational disadvantage. Better education does not cure terrorism, it only produces better educated terrorists, which, if you're British at that point in time, is a very bad thing. Whereas if you are growing up in Belfast and the only way you can get education is via a British government funded vocational course, you're going to join it. And maybe you'll become an electrician, maybe you'll become a bomb maker, maybe you'll be both at different times of the day. And that's kind of the point. that I'm really trying to get at. A couple of points, but the big thing for my perspective of PIRA is they went from being a robust organization to a resilient one, and knew it was going to have to wax and wane with the security environment. It became much more adaptable to its context than other organizations have, and that's what allowed it to be so long-lived. And how it does that is by making, as I've said here, substantial use of the everyday for its subversive needs. It subverted supply chains, it subverted educational systems, it subverted educational funding, the same way that a lot of other organizations are doing it, but we don't necessarily want to focus in on that because we want to look at the training camp. We want to look at the online propagandists rather than people down the local recreation center, people at the gym or whatever, having these same conversations. And for the stats to show why this matters, this is a list or a breakdown of the casualties suffered by the IRA recorded. There's probably slightly more, but these are those who were recorded as having died. Blue is the kind of total, and orange is the proportion that was self-inflicted. I think this is really important because we tend to focus on how good we are at stopping other organizations from doing things we don't like them to do, like bombing cities. But most bomb makers kill themselves at some point. And if you're an organization that wants to have a 30-year campaign, you need to get better at doing these things. And in the period up to 1977, the IRA killed one member in every 2 attacks. After 1977, when they reorganized, it was 1 in every 50. So massive change, and that is not due to a reduction in activity. Thank you to the Global Terrorism Database for this information, by the way. As you can see, the IRA conducted more and more attacks as its life went on. So it was becoming smaller, it was killing itself a lot less, and was able to engage in a lot more activities because it stepped away from big, showy things and became much more strategically oriented about how do we achieve our objectives and how do we get the right people into the right place. Oath Keepers, on the other hand, and this is where me being the outsider potentially helps, potentially hinders, is although they've been limited, they have been operationally more limited. They have a much more blatant focus on recruiting security personnel, military personnel, and that would be great if you were going to engage in military-like behavior. If you're going to conduct clearances of buildings and convoy ambushes and all that, that would be fantastic. But they don't seem to be doing that. And instead, it's just the show. It's the tactical element of, I'm big, I have a tactical vest, I've got a weapon that I can buy down the street that is a particularly American thing that I can do. But it's all about intimidation. And from a strat studies perspective, what happens when intimidation fails? Largely speaking, in the day, they just go home, or there's a standoff that the media focuses on for a couple of weeks, and then it just peters out. So although Oath Keepers and violent members of the far right are very robust organizations, I wouldn't particularly want to go facing off on them on one-to-one. But if the system or the organization is designed for a particular context, if that context changes, you become less robust, you become less successful, broadly speaking. And this should move on. And given the context we're talking about, on the left is the Oklahoma City bombing, and then on the right-hand side is one of the bombings in London. One conducted by an ex-military veteran or a military veteran, the other a couple of civilians who are farmers and electricians, both using fertilizer bombs, both using trucks. Both, in this instance at least, being a military veteran, having that job made zero difference at all. So focusing on the big, high-profile, flashy image of a veteran doing this would have given us zero predictive ability because it was a load of lads who are on the same football team then engaging in this violence at the weekend, and then they went back to their day jobs the very next day. So the point I'm trying to raise all this is focusing on the most emergent tech or focusing on the latest big thing can potentially blind us to very simple applications of technology being used to dramatic effect. And even if we look at more recent events in the UK, such as the Manchester bombing, it's one guy with a backpack that has used store-bought chemicals to do what he did. So to finish, I think, diverse backgrounds, not focusing solely on one, gives you a greater level of human capital. This increases your innovative ability, and that diversity will more likely come from vocational training than it will from university education or having a PhD in whatever it might be. And in terms of who you recruit matters, being task orientated is much more dangerous than being socially orientated. And to be task orientated, you do not need to be a military veteran. You can be a very, very good plumber and still be a very effective terrorist. It doesn't matter that you served in whatever elite unit or the National Guard or whatever it might be. What matters is, do you have the right skills for the job at the time rather than just looking very imposing? And hopefully that was 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for these guys? Oh, from Martha Crenshaw. No one else gets to ask a question.
Oh, Erin, you embarrass me. So my question is a very basic one, which is, what does your research have to say about terrorist use of emerging technologies, especially Patrick?
No pressure. So to me, I think it's, as the point was made, criminals are going to use emerging technology the same way civilians use emerging technology to do whatever we want to do. And I think it's about, trying to understand the time lag between a new technology emerging and finding the utility in a violent context. That time seems to be getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But the same way we heard about the internet earlier on, the printing press was that discussion 50 years ago, 60 years ago. So I think violent groups will continue to try and test, 3D printed materials, cardboard drones to avoid metal detectors, and all the things that we're seeing in Ukraine and elsewhere. Terror groups will try to employ them in the next coming years, but we will have security apparatuses that will also respond to that. The cat and mouse game will continue, and we will see shifts where one side has the advantage over the other, but it's about that innovative capability. And if we focus too narrowly on very specific parts of an organization, we might be very good at targeting that, but the broader organization can still adapt and change and get round our very kind of focused and efficient methods of targeting them. And if we focus solely on keeping things, cheap and quick and effective to respond to particular threats, we might lose sight of the broader risks. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I'll just kind of to add to that a little bit more broadly as well too, right? If we think about increasingly specific and technical expertise, the Venn diagram of overlap between have expertise, want to join organization, right, gets smaller and smaller. And so I think the broader project is thinking through the implications of recruiting from smaller and smaller pools of skilled folks and seeing what happens. And so we've seen this, for example, the Taliban in Afghanistan recruited quite substantially from their existing social networks at the beginning of the conflict because they felt comfortable with them. As they start recruiting from different networks, both Pakistani madrasa networks, but also more local non-religious networks, we have major changes in how they approach conflict. Some of those ended up being very good for how the Taliban fought, despite our best efforts. So it's a really important question of thinking about what do you do with this level of expertise? What do you do to get this level of expertise, and how much control do you have of those people once they join your organization? Right. They have a big trump card. They know how to do this. So, yeah.
Got a question online, Blake?
Yeah, we have a question from our online viewers, one online viewer. What is known, if anything, about the effectiveness of recruitment efforts in general by such groups? Do we know anything about their failures?
Yeah, so this is, you can speak to this too. I don't know.
By which groups?
By armed groups, I think.
You go first. Let me clarify.
Okay. So the first thing that I kind of want to respond to with that is this relates to something Patrick said, that I already felt very bad about my life choice of getting a PhD. So I really didn't appreciate you making it even worse, that I have no useful real world skills. But it's actually kind of related to answering this question a little bit, right? Is that the literature on insurgent recruitment has focused a lot on questions about this, right? About how you get the right people. And so we have this basic distinction between this idea of, are you being recruited into a group because you want to get paid, because you want to hold a gun, versus are you getting recruited into groups based on whether you're committed to the group? And we see major variation in the ability of organizations to control their fighters, right? Those that are joining for financial gain, or because they want to be tactical, in Patrick's kind of parlance, right, tend to not be as reliable and motivated fighters over time. On the other hand, another thing our project points to as well too is that organizations, and a lot of existing research has kind of found this, that are not adaptive in their recruitment. So they recruit a lot of folks with military skill, but then they have to start governing, but they don't want to do that, tend to run into real problems, right? The same way that having military skill or kind of small unit military skill doesn't necessarily make you good at making a fertilizer bomb, right? Being a good combat fighter doesn't necessarily make you a good mayor or something like that as well too. So those are kind of two dynamics related to this project. But more broadly, right, we see that insurgents tend to have a lot of attrition. They have to recruit a lot. And so their ability to do that has major implications for whether they persist and how they end up fighting.
Yeah, just add to that. I think it depends a lot on the intensity of the campaign as well. If you are going for a large insurgency, then you're largely going to have an open door policy and get in, we need numbers, all this kind of stuff. If you are being the more focused terror style campaign, then you're probably going to be a lot more selective, and there will be a lot of failed recruitment efforts in the sense of you might target individuals with particular skills and they aren't interested in your campaign because if you're able to target educational institutions, like I was suggesting about the subversion, society probably isn't on the brink of collapse, but you're still trying to conduct a campaign. But on the other side, if you are trying to blend into society and subvert, you're not going to let anyone join just because they want to join, especially if the organization has professionalized in the sense that it doesn't want people with financial motivation. It wants people to sacrifice for it, not to gain via the use of its kind of apparatus instead.
I'm afraid we have one more, but I hate to do this to you. We are out of time because we have another panel. But will you promise you two hook up with her after we have a break in half an hour and just ask your question to them directly? And I will ask you, did they answer your question? And you just be honest. You tell me. And if they didn't, I'll chase them down.
I'm afraid of you now, too.
You should be. Okay, we're going to have Seamus Hughes and Aaron Carnes come join us. Thank you guys for. So we're jumping right into session 4 here, prosecutions and post-conviction outcomes. And we're going to feature law and media expert Seamus Hughes. You might have seen his product placement on Austin Doctor's slide for his Court Watch blog. So Seamus paid Austin handsomely for that, but please subscribe to Court Watch. Also paid me. I've had a lot of expenses, we had to buy a new air conditioner. So helps out. Erin Carnes is a criminologist, and she has a project on reintegrating and managing formers in U.S. communities. And so we're doing this, and you're welcome. They have no slides. They have no presentation. We're going straight up to Q&A, okay? And we're going to start with Seamus because he's on the front end of this issue, and then we'll go with Erin, who's on the back end of this issue. And Seamus, I'm gonna get the ball rolling here before these guys get to pipe up, but please pipe up. So when we're looking at terrorism crimes adjudicated in federal court, just give us a quick overview, if you would.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for having me. I've been at Insight. It'll be 1 year next week. I started my career in the Senate, where I assumed everyone was lying to me, and then the intelligence community, which confirmed everyone was lying to me, and then academia, which confirmed that everyone was lying to me, but with data. And it's really weird to be at a place where they're not lying to you, right? Where they're actually earnest and they actually care about these issues. So I've been so lucky and fortunate to be part of Insight. So I'm very excited to be here for it. And I assure you, I'm not lazy on the slides. I just feel like a conversation might be a little bit more interesting for it. So your question was, how does terrorism cases get adjudicated in the federal court system? And the answer is, it's a bit of a mess, right? So there are 5,199 federal charges, right? And they run the gamut. So you have 16 USC 1338, which means you can't steal a wild roaming horse off federal land and then put it in a rodeo. You've got 7 USC 8313. You can't sell your quarantined zebra while it's still in quarantine. And then my personal favorite, which is 16 USC 703, which says that you cannot buy swan feathers with the goal of building a woman's hat. Men's hat might be okay. I mean, a good lawyer can get you off that, but a woman's hat, you're kind of screwed. For terrorism, though, it's largely on 3 charges, right? It's 18 USC 2339 A, B, and C. It's material support to terrorism. So the material can be everything between providing a gun to a suspected terrorist. It could be traveling to Syria and joining ISIS. So the material could be yourself, right? It could be Swiss Miss hot chocolate. So a woman in Missouri got arrested and charged with material support to terrorism because she sent Swiss Miss hot chocolate to a guy in ISIS who really wanted it in the Syrian desert.
right? So that runs the spectrum. It's a very elastic charge on those things. But that's just for the international aspect. Because largely for 2339, unless you have a certain target, you largely need a connection to a designated foreign terrorist organization. So if Dexter doesn't do his job, we don't have that designation at the State Department, right? So for designations for ISIS, Al Qaeda, Hamas, Hezbollah, FARC, IRA, for the Irish contingent, there's a lot of those kind of aspects. That's an easier thing. For domestic terrorism, you don't have that same statute, right? You can't get charged with material support to terrorism to the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers and those type of things, which means that you have to get creative on this type of work. Which brings me to kind of the reason why I got into this research. And so when I got over to ENVISION, Gina said, okay, well, what do you want to look at? And I said, I want to look at everything that nobody else is looking at. Or some of you might be, I hope. Which is, we've spent a lot of time coding and splicing the data on terrorism arrests. Everyone who's been arrested for material support to terrorism to join ISIS or Hezbollah or Hamas or things like that. I don't think people fully appreciate how big the actual universe of terrorism cases there is. To put it in context, GAO did a report on domestic terrorism, and they found that the FBI had 9,000 active investigations for domestic terrorism, running the gamut from an assessment, which is kind of a Google search, to a full field investigation with a bunch of guys in vans, right? Of the 9,000, you had about 500 that ended up in disruptions. So the FBI knocks on the door, says knock it off, or they knock on the door and they put handcuffs on you. Of those domestic terrorism cases, maybe 2 or 3 were charged with material support to terrorism. And that was because the FBI undercover said he was from Hamas and the Boogaloo Boys sold him a gun. So they charged him with material support to terrorism to Hamas. Very clever way for the Minneapolis field office. But if you want to get a sense of the terrorism landscape in the US, you can't rely on that terrorism statute, right? So you're looking at other charges out there on it. So that's kind of the research I'm looking at. Just a very quick plug, if you're interested in these type of things, we've got 2 research projects that we've put out this year so far. One on QAnon. So we looked at all of the charges of individuals who've been charged with QAnon-related ideological kind of movements, taking out January 6th because it kind of messed up my data in terms of the charging and stuff. But of that, if you take out that moment, then you have 172 different charges that QAnon individuals were charged with in the US. For incels, there was 18 individuals charged with incel-related activities of 35 different charges. And that can run the spectrum between child pornography and child exploitation to wire fraud to communicating a threat across state lines. And that has second and third order effects.
Thank you. I have some more for you, but let's get to Aaron Carnes for a second. So Aaron, tell us about your handbook project. Where did it originate? What approach did you take? And is Swiss Miss in the handbook?
So the easy one is no. So far, Swiss Miss is not in the handbook, and that's perhaps the only thing that we can definitively rule out at this point. So this project originated a number of years ago out of a project that Gina Ligon was doing with the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts and Paul Brennan there, really identifying that there are a very large number of individuals who are currently federally incarcerated who are set to be released in the next decade or so. And there are serious questions among the individuals who have a professional responsibility to supervise them about what additional considerations and needs these individuals might have upon their release in terms of how to reduce the risk of these individuals recidivating in general and reduce the risk of them re-engaging with extremist ideologies and causes, and how to also protect communities as well. And this was something that, something that's really, I think, critically important in having a center like this that has the ability to take this very, very important problem. And it took a lot of effort on Gina's part and on Paul's part and on S&T's part over a not short time period to get this from this is a serious thing that people are not, that stakeholders in the field are saying that they need, and they need guidance on this urgently, to the point where it was, a project that is now come to fruition, and that we are 1 year into, a little over 1 year into it, and have a huge, robust team including, of course, people here at UNO, a wonderful team of researchers, postdocs, grad students in the room, as well as a very large team of multidisciplinary experts on an advisory board, expert working groups, including a sociologist in the room, a religious scholar in the room, people from all across the US and our partners in Canada and in Europe, as well as really hundreds of stakeholders at this point who have provided feedback on this.
Very good. Thank you, Erin. Seamus, why would law enforcement use non-terrorism charges against certain subjects?
Yep. So for domestic terrorism, it's largely because they don't have a choice, meaning that there's not a domestic equivalent for material support for that. And so if you're law enforcement, what happens is, you got a tip, you run it down, and you look at yourself and you say, what can I actually charge them with? Right. And so that is you go to a U.S. attorney and say, I think I got this. U.S. attorney is going to say, you don't have it yet, go back. And then once you go back to them, you're going to have these charges on the table. And you're going to be able to say, I'll give you an example. While you were giving everyone the rundown of the best sushi place in America, there was a gentleman in upstate New York who was being arrested by the New York State Police, a guy named Troy Kelly. Happened a few hours ago. And Mr. Kelly had been threatening on Twitter to kill President Biden. He was going to put a bullet in the head of President Biden, right? So they charged him with 18 USC 871, which is threats against the president. That's a recommended sentence of 5 years. So you use the charges you have, meaning that if you have an individual who has an unregistered firearm in their house, you charge an unregistered firearm. If they admitted to the law enforcement that they smoked weed and then bought a gun, you arrest them as a drug user who had a gun. If they, and this happens quite a bit in domestic terrorism cases, if you look at their computer and they have child pornography on there, you can arrest them for a child pornography charge. So you basically use whatever you can in the system, right? And you're going to ask me this question, but I'm going to jump in anyway right now, because why not? What does that mean? It means it gets messy very quickly, right? So messy for us because we can't code, but we're academics. We'll just power through it and we'll just be disappointed, right? But it's messy for the second and third order effects of the US government, right? Meaning that if you're the FBI and you're going to Capitol Hill and saying, I need $100 million new money on domestic terrorism, they're going to say, well, show me the numbers, right? And you're going to have to go through all your data and say, well, this guy who was arrested for a gun charge in Georgia was really a white supremacist through and through. But you didn't have anything in the dockets to tell you that, right? And probably most importantly, the recommended sentence for an ISIS case, material support terrorism, the Sentencing Commission says 20 years. On average, they get about 13 and a half years. But let's do 12 for fun, right? So you get 12 years on that. Communicating a threat across state lines, which is a general term that a lot of these folks get charged with, recommended sentence is going to be 5 years, but that's largely like a probation type to 1 to 5 year aspect on these type of things. So if you get tagged as an ISIS guy, you end up in Terre Haute or Supermax. You've got a communication monitoring unit. They check your email. They check every letter that comes through. They check every letter that comes out. And they have this whole kind of rigmarole to be able to watch that individual. If you get arrested as a ISIS guy, but for a gun charge with no ISIS stuff in there, you end up in Gen Pop in a federal prison, right? So you can radicalize, recruit, and encourage other people for that. It also means that when you get out, one, your sentence is going to be less, and when you get out, your probation requirements are not usually uniform, meaning that for most ISIS cases, you have a general monitoring of their social media, no connection to known or suspected terrorists. But if you arrest a white supremacist for a gun charge, if you're a probation officer doing a no-knock check, all you care about is if there's a gun in the house. You do not care if there's a Nazi flag on the wall. You might care personally, but legally, that is not a violation. And so you see these kind of second and third order effects of these type of things.
Thank you, Seamus. Carnes, I want to talk to you about, and I called her Carnes, you may notice that, but there's a lot of Erins up in this place.
Too many.
And so she's Carnes. So Carnes, I want to talk to you about I want you to talk to us about the similarities in managing the re-entry and reintegration of violent extremist offenders compared to others who are exiting prison. And before you do, Those of you looking for a place to dine tonight, I'm going to make a little plug for a restaurant called Oodalali. It's from the Robin Hood song. It's in Dundee. It's got a terrific patio, kind of limited menu, great cocktails. Anyway, Oodalali prides itself on hiring ex-cons. Okay, and giving them kind of it's really hard to get a job if you're an ex-con. And so anyway, little plug for Oodalali. But can you, back to the important subject here, sorry, couldn't resist. But tell us about the similarities or differences of managing violent extremist offenders compared to others.
I will second that dinner recommendation, by the way. It is fantastic. So for this project, we have so far interviewed a total of 71 individuals, split between people who have lived experience with incarceration and or violent extremism. And these are overlapping categories, so this does not break out in a really clean way. There are 37 people in that category, and then 51 who are stakeholders in some way who currently have a professional responsibility to help others to exit and re-enter society, either from incarceration and or from extremist organizations. So that's where any of these findings and recommendations are coming from. Some of the similarities that we found is that from individuals who have been incarcerated and or have been involved in extremist organizations is that trauma was a common overall experience that these individuals had, which is probably not particularly surprising. Though one of the things that was really important and I think critical to see is that in managing these cases, one of the things that is critically absent is the access to mental health resources. And that's not probably surprising that there is, lack of accessible mental health resources in many parts of the country. But this is particularly germane for folks who have prior experience with extremism, that there are mental health practitioners who, each of these individuals who had said that they have tried to reach out to, who just simply were not willing to take them on as clients because of their involvement with extremism in the past. When we spoke with mental health practitioners who have worked with people who have extremist backgrounds, this is not something that any of them had gotten official training on in grad school. This isn't something that they had gone into practice thinking that they were going to be doing. And really, some of the questions that we asked were about these recommendations that they had. What would they be telling others in their field of, how did you get into this? Where are some of your experiences that came from this that you could give recommendations to others? And really it was that, having experience working just with people who had really traumatic backgrounds was helpful to them, and understanding that, like with the work that really any of us in this room do, is that understanding that there's vicarious trauma is even exacerbated from working with individuals who have backgrounds in extremism.
Thank you. Thank you, Carnes. I'd like to open it up to the room. We've got maybe 15 minutes, 13 minutes before we go to break. What would you like to know on the front end or the back end of how to adjudicate terrorism? Thank you, Camden.
Okay, I have one question. Hopefully it's the last question for the day. So the reason why I'm asking this is because I focused on nationwide suspicious reporting activity. I interned down at the Fusion Center down in San Diego. So question is, are domestic terrorism organizations adopting similar ideologies as international terrorism organizations? And if so, what are those adopted similar ideologies?
You want me to go first? Sure. Just before I answer that question, I just want to add a little bit on what Aaron said in terms of the day-to-day logistics of reentry, which is, I think of a case out of Chicago, Muhammad Khan, who got jacked up by the judge because he had downloaded an app on his phone. He downloaded a app in order to travel on the bus, and that was a violation. Or a guy, an American ISIS guy, who asked me to write a letter to the judge to change his name because every time he went on a Tinder date, the woman would Google his name and realize he joined ISIS for a couple months. So there are actually second and third order effects that just make it hard to get back into society on these type of things. So your question of are domestic terrorists kind of
taking on some of the international terrorism kind of ideologies? The short answer is yes, and I think that speaks to a larger question on non-terrorism prosecutions, meaning that you're seeing a blended ideology. You can talk composite violent extremism, you can call it a salad bar, you can call it whatever the hell you want, choose your own adventure type of thing. That makes things a lot harder for law enforcement in terms of an arrest and takedown. So if an individual has a mix of ISIS ideology, with incel, with white supremacists even, can you charge that person for material support? Gets a little bit questionable. Can you explain to a judge or to a jury why they're having a mix of ideologies? Probably that's going to be too complicated for a jury or their peers. And so you're seeing the need to kind of fall back to the more standard or easier charges, for lack of a better word, of communicating a threat across state lines. So are they learning from each other? Absolutely. Are they picking and choosing the aspects of the ideology? 100%. It is not unheard of. In fact, it's quite common now to see a lot of these guys coming up falling into multiple different buckets. And so that also just as a policy thing causes a lot of issues, meaning that our federal government, our DHS, FBI, folks like that are set in silos, right? So they've got a unit that focuses on ISIS and Al-Qaeda. They've got a unit that focuses on white supremacy and neo-Nazis. And so the ISIS guys know if they see the word Anwar al-Awlaki, they should be alerted to be worried about it. But if they see the word Stacy and Chad, they don't know that's an incel kind of ideology. So you've got to train your analysts to be cross experts in all things. You've got to train them to understand all of the various aspects of the ideologies across the spectrum. And you can't silo your way through it because we're getting to a place where we're getting increasingly convergence of ideologies in these things. I wish it was as clean as it used to be. I mean, life was a little bit easier when everyone was either an ISIS guy or white supremacist guy, but we're just not there anymore.
We're going to throw the next question to online and then to Rick.
Okay, we have a question from an online viewer. For the FBI's purposes, domestic terrorism is defined by 18 USC 23315. What role does this non-criminal charge definition have on domestic terrorism and investigations or at any stage of the federal criminal justice system?
So Tom Brzezowski is the domestic terrorism coordinator sitting over there, so maybe we just have him answer this question, but I won't. But if I get it wrong, he will tell me immediately. So it matters in terms of creating an investigation, how you kind of set up an investigation. It also matters in terms of what tools you have in the toolbox in order to do it, right? Can you run a FISA against a guy or not? What does that look like in these type of things? And so when you tag it in the system, it does matter a good deal on these things. Listen, for the most part though, like FBI agents, sure they care about ideology, but they really care about making sure no one gets hurt. Right. And so whatever gets them to that point is a win from them. And so whatever charges is available is a way to go.
Very good. Dr. Legault.
Thank you. Hi. So it's really rich data that you guys have used to develop these insights. And I have a question that this may be sort of peripheral to the core research questions you're trying to address, but I think it's an important one. To what degree do you see similarities and differences in the cognitive and behavioral processes and observations that we might make about preparation for attack between someone who professes to be ideologically motivated, even if it's not consistent, versus people who are motivated by grievances that are non-ideological?
Carnes, you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I'll say, I mean, for my project, this is really all focused on the exit and reintegration from incarceration. So it's much more on how to get, back into the community and not focused on, engaging in violence again. So I can certainly answer that from a very different part of my research. But I will see if Seamus has anything to say on this from this topic of this panel.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thanks for giving me 10 seconds to think about it because that was really helpful, actually. Listen, here's where it matters, right? It matters on the tripwires. So DHS has signed up for the last 20 years. And so a tripwire for an ISIS guy is they reach out to somebody overseas. That individual is kind of on a watch list or has been tagged by agency or other variety of things. And then that triggers a series of investigations from there. Right? If someone just wants to run up the score on death, right? If they're the Joker effect, just someone wants the world burn, they're not necessarily going to have that kind of reach out to those other points, which is going to trigger an investigation. So it makes things a little bit harder on those things. At the end of the day, a death is a death. And so there are ways to look at in terms of, did they buy a gun? Did they look at scope of attack planning and those type of things? But the ideological component of it does open up not only different tools in the toolbox, like FISA and things like that, but also allows for you to get, again, tripped up earlier in the process.
Thank you for that question. Ryan, over here. And then we'll do Ryan, then Camden. Okay.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. I had a quick question about hopefully a little bit of a rosy view on this. Are there any states or allies abroad that you've seen doing either charging differently and more effectively for domestic versus foreign cases, or kind of the reintegration process? I guess what comes to mind is people rehabilitating and reintegrating former ISIS folks back to their home countries.
Good question.
Well, speaking of reintegration from former ISIS folks, Austin has done an excellent amount of work on this. There's huge overlaps between the project that I am leading and the work that he has done. But certainly one of the things that we were looking at in a lot of depth is the work that our European partners, the UK in particular, have done in this space that we can really learn from how just other countries have really, moved I think a little bit quicker than the United States has in terms of looking at the reentry and reintegration of formerly incarcerated violent extremists. And that's one of the big draws of having a broad international collaborative effort to build this handbook.
Listen, I'd also say, the former state counterterrorism coordinator, Nathan Sales, he gave this major speech about how we needed to bring back citizens back from ISIS-controlled territory, and we can't just kind of leave them in camps. We have a responsibility as a society to take our own back in. If they've ruined Syria and Iraq, we have a moral responsibility to do so. That we have done, right? So Dexter and his team have brought back dozens of Americans to face charges or be reintegrated, some children, some not, and things like that, and that should be commended. With the asterisk, and please don't hate me at Dexter. The asterisk being that we have the structure to deal with it, meaning that the material support to terrorism clause allows for a level of elasticity that most other countries don't have. So until 2016, it was not a crime for a British citizen to go to Syria to join certain parts of where ISIS-controlled territory is. Now, the laws have largely caught up on those things, but we had material support terrorism book on the book since 1998. So that allows for us to take in individuals on it. Also, our numbers are smaller, right? Dramatically smaller on these things. So you can kind of triage your 100 people or so versus a France that's got to triage hundreds of people on this. So it becomes a little bit more complicated on that. Here's where our laws force us to be more creative. A no longer a recent Supreme Court ruling, but a Supreme Court ruling made it a little bit harder for minors to be charged with terrorism charges, right? So that forces law enforcement to try different ways of how to close a case. If you ask any FBI agent or DHS official, they don't want to read a diary of a 15-year-old kid for 3 years till they turn 18, right? That is not why they signed up for public service. And so that forces a lot of creative solutions. So you look at like New Jersey, where there was a 15-year-old who threatened the Pope and threatened to kill him, going through mental health evaluations, going through mentorship, those type of things, help get that kid off the path. And the charges drop. So there's a little bit of a carrot and a stick approach that I think is quite useful here.
Thank you. This will be our final question before a break.
Hi, Seamus. This is David Shanzer over here. Question, what's your take on what the deterrent impact of the January 6th prosecutions have been in terms of what you've seen in the data in the last 2.5, 3 years? I mean, my take, at least a little bit, is that a lot of people were stunned that they were prosecuted for what they did. And that kind of had a ripple effect through a big chunk of that community, that they were going to be held accountable in some way if they continue their activities. And then you also had the seditious conspiracy cases against the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, which, I think kind of ravaged those groups a bit. So I'm wondering, what have you seen in the data over the last 2.5 years that give you some insights into that, especially if the cases that you've seen have been mostly, loners or pairs of people as opposed to people affiliated with organized domestic groups?
Answer that in 60 seconds, Seamus.
You got it. I talk fast, so we're good. So first of all, great to see you. Second of all, if about 60% of them were live streaming their crimes, it's because they didn't think they were crimes, right? So there's a level of naivete that was happening in terms of believing they were part of a revolution that didn't occur. In terms of the effect, right? The Oath Keepers is a shell of an organization than it used to be. And that is largely because it was a very organized group, meaning like a top-down leadership type of thing. The jury, I think, for me, is still out on the Proud Boys. I think they had a level of resiliency that I think we can't discount on that. Now, what does that mean for the second and third order effects? Most individuals look at the Justice for January 6th rally 6 months after January 6th, nobody showed up. And the reason was because the movement was largely fractured. The individuals that were going to go thought it was a false flag operation. They thought they were going to get trapped up on those things. And so largely you didn't have this kind of large scale kind of swelling of individuals that you had in the past because nobody trusted anybody anymore. Nobody was raising their hand and saying, I want to take on this movement in any real way. And so that did have a serious effect on these things. Now, these cases are still happening. I was talking to a few FBI offices yesterday. They're still working those cases, and we'll see how that shakes out. But of course, there's obviously a martyrdom kind of narrative that's playing out that I think will have ripple effects.
Thank you for a great question and a succinct answer. We're going to take 15 minutes now. Please be back in your seats, 3:28, because you don't want to miss the final session of today. housekeeping items at the end. So stick around and if you get a chance, please fill out your survey before you go today. With that, Bettina, why don't you lead us off? We could start with Bettina's slides and be sure we have those ready. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm speaking today about the Conspiracy Theories and Modern Extremism Project, which is led by Paul Gill and myself. Hold on. So the main purpose and research aims of our project are to assess the prevalence rates of conspiracy theories within the US and also to examine their relevance to violent extremism. To achieve this, we are going to measure how conspiracy beliefs and violent intentions evolve over the 2024 presidential election. And we are also interested to see how or whether it could be a motivating factor for election-related violence. And another aim is to identify the risk and potential protective factors which might lead to that. And to do so, we are conducting 6-wave longitudinal surveys where we measure, where we ask the same participants 6 times, the same set of core questions. And that really allows us to gain insights into the developmental trajectories. It offers us kind of great advantages over cross-sectional surveys, which can only really provide a snapshot. And it really allows us to see whether there are any changes in conspiracy beliefs and violent intentions. And importantly, we can also see, hopefully, what drives those changes. That information on the changes which potentially drive or mitigate the risk might be very important for risk assessment, but also for prevention and intervention programs. So generally, when we think about the relationship between violent extremism and conspiracy beliefs, we know it's very complex, and we actually know very little when, how, and for whom conspiracy beliefs can actually be relevant to violent extremist risk. So over the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to provide you 6 key aspects which you should consider when thinking about the relationship between conspiracy beliefs and violent extremism. So first, to get an overview and to really understand the extent of the problem, it's useful to establish how many people in the US believe in different conspiracy theories. While we have good evidence or some evidence that certain conspiracy theories are widely normalized and have been mainstreamed, we still lack systematic data on a range of other conspiracy theories and kind of on the national level. So to overcome this, we assess individuals' beliefs in a different range of conspiracy theories, and I will also present you later on some of our results, looking at election violence and also looking at conspiracy beliefs about the elections. And over the next few slides, you're going to see a few example items, and you also see kind of the agreement levels, so how many people in our survey agreed with the statements. So, for example, we measured election-related conspiracy beliefs. All items were measured on 1 to 7 point Likert scales, where 1 meant I strongly disagree and 7 meant I strongly agree. So, for example, we asked individuals how much they agree with the following statement: a secret group of powerful people manipulates political elections in this country to serve their own interests. So overall, 37.3% of people somewhat agreed, or strongly agreed to the item. We also assessed voter fraud beliefs among Democrats and Republicans. So, for example, we asked Democrats whether they think that the Republican Party will try to commit voter fraud in the 2024 presidential election. And actually, 39.6% of Democrats said yes, they do believe so. We also asked the same question amongst Republicans. So in my screen, it's just always turning black, and then it comes back on. So that's why it's black again. Okay, it's back. So Republicans said 46.2% of Republicans said that they think that the Democratic Party will try to commit systemic voter fraud. We also asked participants about a range of different intergroup conspiracy theories. So, for example, we asked about their belief in the Great Replacement theory. Here, one example item was there's a deliberate plot to replace white people with immigrants, Muslims, and other people of color in their home countries. Overall, 13.8% of people somewhat agreed, or strongly agreed with the item. We also measured 10 different anti-Semitic conspiracy beliefs items. One example is the Holocaust is a hoax that was largely made up to serve Jewish interests and to secure the state of Israel, and 4.1% of people agreed with it. However, we were also very interested to measure intentions and support for violent extremism and especially election violence. So first we started off to ask people whether they would accept the election as legitimate if their preferred presidential election will lose. And we saw that 60.4% of Democrats said yes, they would accept the election as legitimate, whereas 59.8% of Republicans said they would accept it. We also then measured support for election-related violence. So here we asked people how much they agree with the statement. Violence can be justified if the opposing political party or other powerful actors manipulate political events, such as elections, for their own advantage. And we saw that 9.9% of people agreed with the statement. However, we were also really interested to measure individuals' willingness, so intentions to engage in violence. And here we asked whether they would be willing to engage in violence if they thought that the opposing political party or other powerful actors rigged the 2024 presidential election. And we saw that 5.7% of people said they would be willing to do so. Then we had like 2 party-specific items here. We asked people, we asked Republicans whether they would be willing to engage in extreme measures, even violence if necessary, if Donald Trump loses the 2024 presidential election. 2.9% of Republicans said yes, they would be willing to do so. Almost the same question we asked about Democrats, and we saw very similar results. So 2.3% of people said they would be willing to do so. So when we think about conspiracy theories, we really have to think about the context and content. So not all conspiracy theories are equal. And it is very important to see that certain conspiracy theories might have a different impact, and having those beliefs will certainly make a difference. So first, when we think about the content of conspiracy theories, we really have to ask, who's the enemy? Is there clearly defined in and out group? Another key element is to ask whether the conspiracy theory contains an existential threat. Does it create a sense of urgency? And for example, if we look at the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, we see that this theory propagates existential threats to the white race, but it also really creates that sense of urgency to stop the perceived replacement. And we can also ask, does conspiracy theory contain a call to action? So for example, if we look at the stolen election conspiracy theory, we really saw that it didn't just entail like a perceived injustice and a clear out group to blame for this, but we really saw that calls to action were front and center at the conspiracy theory. However, content matters too. So here we can ask, who's propagating the conspiracy theory? For example, again, if you think about the stolen election conspiracy theory, this conspiracy theory was widely endorsed by political elites, by influential people in the media and wider society. And really, if people trust those sources, this can obviously drastically increase the reach of such conspiracy theories. And they will likely have a far wider impact than other conspiracy theories, which are more propagated amongst fringe groups. So third, relevance. While not all conspiracy theories are inherently dangerous, we do know that some of them have led to real-world violence. And our research project, Man and Paul's project, really focuses on identifying those conspiracy beliefs which have the greatest risk towards violent extremism. And we're really interested to study the impact of those beliefs. So we were interested to see whether people who hold certain conspiracy beliefs are more willing to engage in different violent intentions compared to those people who do not believe in the conspiracy theory. And so you can see here on the slide, here we assessed the election conspiracy theory.
And gray bars always present the people who say they do believe in the above statement, they do believe in the election conspiracy theory. And the blue bar is those who say they do not believe. Then at the bottom, at the x-axis, you can see two violent extremist outcome variables. So we asked people on the left side whether they would be willing to engage in violence to fight for the ideological, political, or religious goals. And the other one is the election violence item I showed you earlier. So here it's quite interesting to see. So if we look at violent extremist intentions, we can see that 9.7% of people who say they do believe in the election conspiracy theory would be willing to engage in violence to fight for their political, ideological, or religious goals. However, compared to that, only 3.1% of people said they would be willing to do so, and those people do not believe in a conspiracy theory. Very similar results we can see on the right-hand side, where we see that 9.5% of people who believe in the election conspiracy theory said they would be willing to engage in violence, whereas only 3.3% of people who say they do not believe in the conspiracy theory would be willing. However, we were really interested also to see whether other harmful intergroup conspiracy theories have a similar effect. So here we have like an anti-Semitic item. We asked people how much they agreed with the statement. Jewish elites have deliberately caused wars and significant crises in Western countries for their own ends. So we saw that 18.8% of people who agreed with the statement said they would be also willing to engage in violence. However, only 3.9% of people who do not believe in the statement or in the conspiracy theory said they would be willing to engage in violence. And then very similar and even like stronger results we saw for election violence. So those people said they believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, so that specific item, 21.1% of people said they would be willing to engage in election violence. However, compared to that, only 3.5% of people who do not believe in a conspiracy theory said they would be willing to do so. So that's almost like it's just over 6 times those people who believe in a conspiracy theory are more likely to say they would be willing to engage in election violence. And very similar results we saw for the great replacement conspiracy theory. Here we saw 15.2% of people who say they believe in a conspiracy theory say they are willing, also say that they're willing to engage in violence, whereas only 3.8% of people who do not believe in a conspiracy theory would be willing. And very similar, 17.9% of people who believe in the great replacement conspiracy theory are willing to engage in violence. So number 4, it's very important to understand vulnerability and really to understand why people are drawn to conspiracy theories and why they're vulnerable to violent extremism. So with our work, the work Paul and I are doing, we are really trying to understand what is the conspiracy theory or the extremist ideology doing for someone. So what kind of unmet psychological needs are really driving this vulnerability? And what functional role does the conspiracy theory play for the individual? And here we, for example, look at different risk factors. So we look at those factors which are associated with higher levels of conspiracy thinking and support for violent extremism. And our initial results from our Insight survey, for example, show that those people with higher levels of adverse childhood effects, higher levels of perceived threats, perceived interpersonal victims, and those with higher levels of legal and political cynicism are more vulnerable to believing conspiracy theories and to hold intentions to engage in violent extremism. However, we also look at protective factors, so those factors which are associated with lower levels of conspiracy thinking and support for violent extremism. And initial findings suggest that those people who feel more in control, who have more social support, and those who say that their psychological needs are met are less vulnerable. So those factors might act as protective factors against conspiracy thinking and violent extremism. So number 5, we're almost there. It's also very key, and that is one of the main focuses of our work, is to identify when and for whom conspiracy theories matter and can be particularly dangerous, and when this actually becomes relevant to extremist risk. So not everyone who believes in conspiracy theories or who is exposed to conspiracy theories, like really not even those who believe in the most harmful conspiracy theories, are necessarily at risk of engagement in violent extremism. There will be a lot of other factors involved. And we have also such a huge long list of potential risk factors now. So it's really those factors which amplify or dampen the risk effects of conspiracy beliefs Those are really the factors we're interested in. And they can range from all sorts of individual level factors, capability factors, but we know that collectively they might increase violent extremist risk. There's usually not one factor which does so, but it's usually a lot of factors coming together. And this can also vary from case to case. So for one individual, it might be a risk factor. For another one, in another context, a certain factor might be a protective one. So we really need to consider a risk factor, the relevance of a risk factor. So, and lastly, number 6, I'll be quick. So trajectories. So to move beyond what we know so far, we really have to look how conspiracy beliefs and violent intentions develop over time. So our longitudinal data really helps us to identify whether there are increases or decreases in conspiracy beliefs and violent intentions, and especially to identify those factors which are associated or which might drive the increase or the change. And those risk and protective factors are key for prevention and intervention programs. As I just mentioned, we know no single risk factor drives a radicalization process, and it's often a complex constellation of different risk factors and often absent protective factors, actually, which lead to violent extremist risk. And our process-oriented analyses allow us exactly to measure that, to see how risk changes over time and to analyze these dynamic configurations of risk and protective factors. And my very last point, so how can these findings be used for risk assessment and prevention and intervention efforts? So identifying evidence-based risk factors provides useful knowledge to inform these programs, and a robust evidence base on the relationship between conspiracy theories and violent extremism may further inform and advance existing violent extremist risk assessment tool, really by allowing to enable the co-consideration of conspiracy beliefs and violent extremism. So amongst those who show a violent extremist risk, but who also have conspiracy beliefs. And we suggest that might be in the form of an aid memoir or guidance document, which could be added to structured professional judgment tools. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions later.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I'm gonna just offer a few very brief comments here and then quickly hand over to Chris. One of the, well, first, let me just start by saying thanks to the Department of Homeland Security and ENVISION for the support for this research. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today and offer our comments. January 6th, the attack on the U.S. Capitol was a wake-up call in many respects, to a lot of folks at least. Surprise in many respects, and certainly generated a lot of discussion throughout the society and across the globe. And one of the things, I'm sure we've all seen headlines on 30% of Americans support political violence, translations into millions of people. And given the discussion, the increasing emphasis on questions about how much support for political violence exists within the United States, within the US society, we thought it was important to try and get a handle on some of that knowledge and assess from a methodological standpoint, exactly what do we know and where do things kind of currently stand in terms of that. And as part of larger project looking at different kinds of threats to democracy, Insight is one of the things it does very well is support bringing together folks from different backgrounds. And so that's where Chris Bader, one of my colleagues at Chapman University, is a survey methodologist and expert in this and many of these questions related to survey construction and design and so forth, and has for throughout his career studied the measurement of religious beliefs and practices. So not necessarily related to terrorism per se, but more broadly. And I thought that would be a wonderful kind of addition to the team. And so here's Chris, and turn it over to you for the
Y'all
rest.
are scaring the crap out of me today. I'm just living in my happy world of trying to measure religion and hearing about everything I got to stay awake at night about, worrying about. But yeah, when Pete showed me some of these numbers about 30% of Americans supporting political violence, and then these debates that are going along around in various literature about, no, you're wrong, it's this percent, that percent. As someone who studies surveys, my alarm bells immediately went off because we had people comparing apples and oranges and comparing questions that shouldn't be compared to each other. What we just saw, that's really good survey research. What's yeah, really want to talk to you about that. That's cool stuff. Because that's looking at factors that are predictive within the data, finding out which factors are comparative to that. You should not be taking surveys, particularly with all the problems we have with surveys these days, and saying, guess what? It's 2.5 million people. That is sort of newsworthy stuff. It's not really what we should be doing. We should be looking at what are the factors we can find over long-term studies that are associated with these beliefs and practices. So we looked at the existing literature, we looked at existing surveys and came up with some recommendations for what we should do there. First thing we found were widely divergent goals, meaning that there's a lot of research out there that's just looking at trying to understand, well, what is the general level of support out there in the country for the idea of political violence, or being willing to, or to accept that other people are doing it, versus what is your personal willingness to engage in this sort of violence. Unfortunately, I was seeing in a lot of the literature that people were just comparing these two things directly when they should not be compared whatsoever. That was problematic. There are also vastly different levels of abstraction being used in these questions, and that is problematic in the sense that some questions were asking, a good patriot may have to engage in violence under certain circumstances, that sort of question. Firing up the idea of, are you a patriot? Do you feel like something's going wrong in the country? Then there were questions similar to one that you had in your survey, where it's asking about a more specific circumstance or violence against a specific person. Willingness to accept violence if it's being done against an election worker, willingness to accept violence if it's being done to restore Donald Trump to the presidency, something like that. All the way down to, are you personally willing to engage in violence? And that really makes a big difference. Another thing was, and this was the most problematic and just a big no-no, just don't do this anymore, was that a huge number of these questions that had to do with acceptance of political violence had categories that were weighted towards acceptance, meaning that 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5 responses were things that had to do with accepting. This is just, I couldn't believe that I was seeing this. For example, several questions said about your willingness to engage in political violence. Are you completely willing, very willing, sometimes willing, a little willing, not willing? And then, I'm going to get in trouble here because this is probably these people are watching, but I'm sorry. It's just, don't do that. Just don't do that. We're then adding up every response that wasn't not willing at all, and that was the number they were using to estimate. That is really bad. That's really bad in a lot of ways. It just shouldn't be done. One of the problems that causes when you give people that sort of response is that it causes irritation and disengagement. So that when people don't see a response that matches how they feel, what they oftentimes will do is then just say, screw these people and ticket. You've all done it when you've got them on your phones, right? And so, but the big problem when you give people these weighted responses is that you actually do tend to lead to, and you can see it in the survey data, some randomization in people's responses. There's ways to check for that. One of the ways is, it's a trick that people use in surveys all the time. You ask the same question with the reverse response categories later and see if you get literally the answer to the left. It happens more often than you would think. But the other issue is that there is some great social psychological research out there that shows that when you actually give somebody answers that are so weighted in a certain direction, they tend to start thinking of circumstances they might not have thought of otherwise and say, well, maybe I'm sometimes willing, really, when I really think about it. Now, the question is, and this is a big question that any field has to address, is that the answer you want, where you force their hand, or do you want the reflexive answer? But you do have to realize you're getting something different. And I don't know if that's being recognized now, the impact that you've obviously seen this quite a bit as well. Another thing is that if the goal of this research is to try to determine the percentage of people in this country directly willing to engage in violence, trying to come up with that magic number. I don't think you should be doing this personally, but if that is the goal, then the questions need to ask direct intent questions, which most of them are not. And some of that is as simple as language, that in the social psychological lit, you need to ask people if they intend to do something. That intent is big. Also asking if people will do something. So those two differences in wording, which you don't see in a lot of questions, but you do see them in some, do tend to make a difference in terms of, now granted here though, this social psychological research that shows intent generally shows intent related to pro-social behaviors. So big question whether that same sort of language is going to work here. There's a big fear within the pro-social literature that if they ask about bad things, they'll actually encourage people to do the bad things. So maybe think about that. But definitely you are, somebody asked if there was going to be good news today. I would say that based on these questions, based on how they're asked, that you start to get down to numbers when you get to very specific circumstances for very specific types of people of less than 1% being willing to engage in violence. That is closer to the real number than some of these very high estimates that are out there. And that number probably itself is inflated for a lot of reasons we could talk about after if we wanted to. But moving forward, I think that a lot of these are things that survey researchers talk about. If the goal is to do continue to do improved research on this area, there has to be clarity of goal. That there is a very big difference between trying to find out, there's a whole literature on there, certainly is in religion, trying to find out people who hold certain worldviews, because it's important to you to understand worldviews and how they're connected to other worldviews. That is a very different practice than trying to figure out intent to do something. Those are different things. There's different ways to get at those, good ways to get at each, bad ways to get at each. Right now, the field is doing both of those things, and that is fine. A field doesn't need to settle on one goal. Certainly, most fields don't want to do that for various reasons. The problem is then these different goals are being compared together. And that's very problematic. Consistent wording is extremely important. Very excited you're doing this 6-panel study. Americans are twice as likely to support aid to the poor than they are welfare. That they are, back in 2010, they were found to be, a CBS News poll found that 59% of Americans favored gay men and lesbians serving in the Army, but only 34% favored homosexuals serving in the Army. So when you're dealing with a hot button issue, when you're dealing with an issue with high emotion, very small changes in wording make very big differences. And I don't know this field well enough to know what those differences are. Just the differences are so pronounced between these questions. There's all sorts of stuff going on there that you don't know yet. The balanced response category should be number one because that's got to be way up there. It would require, you're using Likert scales. That's great.
7.
Yep, 7-point Likert scales. That's fantastic. That prevents disengagement. It does require that you change the way that you word your questions to be appropriate but people actually tend to, there's a lot of great survey research that find that people respond actually very well simply to you ask them to disagree or agree with a statement. And that makes you able to just ask a statement. Lizard people live under Los Angeles. I've asked that question. And you just, one more piece of good news. More people believe in Bigfoot than want to engage in political violence in the United States. I don't know if that's good news or bad. It's a little bit of good. Finally, surveys should include disengagement tests. Most research shows that you've got about 15 minutes. After that point, that's when you start to get the people just ticking. I'm surprised it's 15. You've got like 3 screens on my phone and then I'm just annoyed. But you've got 15 minutes, and so it's really important to figure out what the key issues are on the survey and either ask about them in very similar ways or literally ask the same question with flip response categories. And then flag those people as potentially disengaged respondents and include that as a result in your analyses. And repeated surveys is going to be extraordinarily important for this field going forward. because that's exactly, I'm so gratified that you're doing that. That's exactly what's needed, because that's the only way that over time you can start to suss out the importance of these wording effects. And there are a lot of problems with individual surveys, a lot of problems with response rates, a lot of problems with different modes and samples that are just being ignored when people are comparing these questions across, acting as if you can compare these studies. What helps protect against that are repeated findings over repeated surveys. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, one piece of good news in addition is that Betina's works using all these gold standard measures. How awkward would that have been if, not so much? So that's nice. And not so good news here, threats to public officials. Want to talk about that. And before doing that, just want to acknowledge the team. In addition to Chris, Seamus Hughes is on the team, and Kisa White, who couldn't be here today. And then we have a number of student researchers on the team as well, including Camden Carmichael, who's here at UNO and Insight. Yeah, there he is. And then 4 undergrad researchers at Chapman University who are busy coding some of the things I'm talking about today. So they couldn't be here. But we needed this team. We've gone through more than 10 years of data and more than 25,000 pages of court transcripts. We'll be talking just a little bit about some of the some of the findings from the project and terms of what we've been working on. But let me first start by saying when you hear the word terrorism, I think most of us think of devastating bombing incidents, shooting rampages, and of course, the devastating loss of life. Probably fewer, think of threats to public officials communicated via telephone, email, social media, or even the old standby handwritten letters, which we do have a few of those in our data set. And one of the things that I want to emphasize today is that really in looking at threats to public officials and the use of really intimidation and coercion, that in many respects is a central part or component of these threats. I think it's important to think about both the individual consequences to the targets or the victims, and also the broader consequences to our system of governments, especially when looking at these threats in total and the kind of impact that they can have, and that we're actually seeing in terms of at the state level. For example, Kansas, actually, there's been some reporting on some of the problems they're having in terms of keeping folks working in election positions in particular. Pennsylvania, if you go back to 2022 in the midterm elections, they lost more than a third of their county level election positions, head election positions. This is something that we're struggling with really across the country, in part because of the kinds of volume of threats to public officials that we're seeing. And so we wanted to really look at and try and map these types of threats over the past decade or so. And really our framework is in many ways guided by much of what Sam Hunter earlier talked about in terms of some of the societal changes that we've experienced in terms of technological changes, how that's affecting communication and social interaction, changes in work, and many of these broad scale changes in society, coupled with what we're also seeing in terms of declining levels of trust in our major social institutions. I think it's fair to say that our social institutions in many respects are on the ropes. We see this, we saw it during COVID, certainly with healthcare and education. We've seen it in terms of congressional approval ratings. That's been a long-term coming in terms of those at low numbers across the country. And so, we have this is an important kind of part of the backdrop in terms of understanding kind of what's helping produce these types of threats and why some of the factors in terms of why the volume of the threats seems to be increasing. And we really wanted to focus on a broad kind of swath of public officials. healthcare, education, elected and election, law enforcement, and military. And again, one of the things Insight does well is putting researchers in contact with end users. And in fact, that was one of the things that we added early on at the recommendation from our initial kickoff meeting was adding law enforcement and military. So we're grateful for that feedback, and I think it's strengthened our research. And we'll see in a minute here, law enforcement ends up being the most targeted. So this is, again, an important facet of the kind of work that Insight's doing in terms of that communication and contact with not just among researchers, but much more broadly than that. So we're focused on really three domains: the incident itself, number of characteristics related to the incident, the offender or offenders, number of characteristics related to that, and then the victims. And we're coding across more than 50 variables. We're dealing with federal charges, so we're really dealing with the kind of tip of the iceberg when it comes to the threat landscape in terms of what's directed towards public officials. But because they are federal charges, we're able to again go through all these thousands of pages of court documents. It gives us a lot of readily accessible information that we're able to go through and code, including information about the offenders, which in terms of other approaches and looking at threats, that's just not available if you're tracking, for instance, threats on social media, or if you're doing surveys of officials in terms of their experiences with threats. Obviously, very important work in terms of providing different vantage points, but not so much in terms of providing characteristics about the offenders. So that was something we felt that was value added in terms of this approach and the work that we're doing. So let me just first talk about kind of the trends that we're seeing in terms of threats to public officials. And you see the upper trend line is the overall number of cases. And again, this goes through 22, although we've archived 2023 and 2024 up to this point, and we're in the early stages of coding those, so we'll have those available in the near future. But through 2022, you can see there's the big spike, from 17 to 18. And of course, this follows the 2016 presidential election, which well documented how polarizing that time period was. It also corresponds with the United States Capitol Police data, which is explicitly threats to congressional officials. Obviously, ours is broader in that, but it's interesting that the spike is identical in terms of temporal period there. So they also see I think it was something like an 800% increase in threats to congressional officials around that time period. So we see a pretty substantial one there as well. And then the bottom trend line are the cases that we're able to identify as explicitly motivated by some type of ideological issues. And we're looking, broadly in terms of political motivation, ideological motivation. Now, we think these are conservative because we really looked for very, pretty conclusive evidence that there was ideology played a role in the grievance in terms of the threats that were made. Now, one could argue that any threat to a public official is somewhat political, but we wanted to use a more conservative approach to try and suss out the specific kind of ideological issues that may be present in some of the cases. And you can see that over time, the portion of cases involving explicit kind of ideological motivations is obviously increasing there. As I mentioned, in terms of the types of public officials that are most targeted, it's by far and large law enforcement, military, and then elected and election officials. I should mention that within law enforcement, we've included district attorneys and judges. Judges are a little tricky because sometimes they're appointed, sometimes they're elected. So we thought for consistency purposes, we would include them in the law enforcement category explicitly. We have done some work where we've just pulled out the judges, which we're able to do with our data sets, can disaggregate according to more specific items. And that's one thing that we were asked to do. We worked with Bloomberg News on a project that they were looking at threats specific to judges, and so we were able to pull those out and give them some of the frequency data on the judge threat cases specifically. You can see education and healthcare are also represented, although much less so than the other two. And so now I want to shift to kind of what we're seeing in terms of examples of kind of some of the substantive nature in terms of what's happening in some of these threat cases. And this is a case from 2021 out of Bullhead, Arizona. The perpetrator, elderly individual who had been making literally hundreds of threats to congressional officials. Primarily Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi were the main targets for this person. And you can see there this is kind of some examples of some of the threats that were made by this individual. You can see there's some interesting things here from the upper quote there. You get a sense of kind of some conspiratorial ideas. So the role that seems to play in many of the threat cases is pretty prominent. The mention of George Soros obviously is a central figure in a lot of conspiracy theories related to kind of anti-government extremism and anti-Semitic extremism in particular. You see the reference to Obama as well as Adam Schiff there in the upper one, and then the one below it there is the reference to Nancy Pelosi. The case ended up this is not necessarily uncommon, is that the person was making these by telephone using a blocker kind of to keep the calls from being traced. Eventually, federal authorities did catch up to the person. Initially, they did an interview. They determined there wasn't an imminent threat. They obviously told the person they needed to stop doing what they were doing. Stopped for a very short period of time, and then the person started up making the threats again, and then eventually they were arrested, charged, and convicted. So that's, kind of underscores some of the issues with these kind of cases is at what point to intervene in terms of arrests and charges, how many threats, how serious do the threats need to be, evaluating questions of whether it's an imminent threat. These are all kind of ended up being factors that come to play in terms of how these are investigated and ultimately what happens in terms of the outcomes. And you do see quite a bit of variability. We're dealing with, 94 federal districts. So lots of different approaches. Resource allocation varies for across the districts. And so in this particular case, as I mentioned, this person was able to make hundreds of these threats before ultimately, more serious intervention was taken. And one of the things that, is an interesting, I think, important kind of takeaway from this case and many others is this idea of extreme partisanship, which is also something that came up during discussions with end users. And one of the things I think this case represents that, should give us a lot of pause for concern, I think, is the mixture between extremism and electoral politics. It seems to be increasing in the current political climate. And so obviously extremism outside of electoral politics, very dangerous. Extremism in electoral politics, arguably maybe more dangerous in some respects. And then one of the things we've also coded for is whether the threat had any kind of reference, either anti or pro, in terms of Donald Trump. And so these are three recent cases that reflect this code. We find both pro and anti-Trump threats, and two of these would be pro-Trump, and one is anti-Trump. So the first is Fani Willis, Fulton County District Attorney there in Georgia, has received thousands of threats for her prosecuting election interference case related to Georgia. She's had to have 24-hour security, been forced to leave her residence. She's actually spoken publicly about some of this fairly recently. Had two federal cases charged and prosecuted related to the threats she's received, so that are in our database. Judge Shutkin in DC, federal judge, who's also been receiving substantial threats, many of which were racially motivated threats related to the case, the Trump case that she's overseen. And then Judge Cannon, federal judge in Florida, who has been targeted in part by folks who are anti-Trump, and based on their perspective that she's provided favorable rulings to him. And so she's had her life threatened in part for some of the rulings she's made. So you see, again, that kind of full gambit across the board there. And so just kind of to conclude, obviously these are threats that aren't involving any kind of concrete behavior in terms of the threat being executed. And we don't really have any way of knowing what the likelihood of any of these threats in terms of whether they would have been executed or not. And even that, though that's the case, there are still concrete consequences that are produced by these threats, both at again, at an individual level, but also at a larger scale level. We see ideology playing a greater role in the portion of threats over time, and that we see Trump playing a role, especially these current Trump cases that are working their way through the legal system, generating quite a bit of antagonism and mobilization. And we see that as the potential for additional radicalization. And then obviously with the November election and coming up here, we expect this to increase. And especially in the time period after the election results, we think is probably the most, probably dangerous in terms of threats and potential actual violent activity. So.
Thank you, panel. We don't have a ton of time for questions, but we do have a teeny tiny bit of time for questions. And I see Nadine's hand up.
Hi, thanks. Nadine Frederick from Department of Homeland Security, Science and Technology. So this question's for Pete. I couldn't help but notice, but the 3 examples that you gave of elected officials were women. And I kind of wondered what were the gendered implications of the targets of the threats that were received in your data, and if you can speak more about that.
Yeah, it's a great question. Something we're interested in as well. And we're looking at, we certainly, when the targets are women, which the majority are not in terms of gender breakdown, but when the targets are women, it's much more likely to be coupled with the physical as well as sexual violence. So there's a gendered nature to the threats when women are the targets. And sometimes we capture the threats to the extent that they're available in the court documents verbatim and are going through those as well and looking at kind of the nature of the wording and how they're communicated. And sometimes, as you can imagine, it's very explicit in terms of not only violent, but then also sexual violence, especially when it's a female target.
Thank you, Nadine. I want to piggyback off that quick, Pete. She asked about gendered, but what about racial aspect for these threats?
Yeah, that's another great question. Yes, so when it's ideologically motivated, the anti-government extremism is the most frequent, common, but also racially motivated, kind of close second. And then in many cases, it's a combination of anti-government and racial motivation. You saw that in the case that I presented from Bullhead. There's some anti-Obama sentiment that also involves racial slurs and so forth in some of that person's threats. So a lot of times you will see a combination.
We have another question. Yep.
Hi, Abby Smith, the DHS Office of Intelligence and Analysis. My question is on the conspiracy theory survey. When you asked people if they were willing to commit violence related to a conspiracy theory, did the survey take any time to define what violence was? Because I know, as we talked about with Seamus's panel, individuals were generally pretty surprised that they were arrested on charges related to January 6th. So I kind of wondered if you think that had any effect on your survey results. Like, do these people maybe not necessarily intend to commit violence or even know that what they're doing is inherently violent?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. On the slide, you could only see like one example item, and I only showed the one where we said like, would you engage in violence? However, we measured like a range of other items as well. So for example, we also measured like intentions to engage in anti-government violence. So here we, for example, asked whether they would break into government buildings, whether they would harass or threaten officials. So here we were really specific with 10 different items, and we asked them about different behaviors. And one of the items, so especially the election item, the violence item was more general, where we said like violence or extreme measures, even violence ones. But the one for our generic violent extremist intention scale, as well as for our anti-government extremist intention scale, we had like specific concrete behaviors. And the same, you also asked about self-reported violent extremist behavior. And here we also had like clear things. Did you do this? Was it in the last 12 months? So here we were more specific. It's a good point. Like if people are not sure or don't even know they've engaged in something violent, I think it's always challenging in a survey. The more information you give them and try to explain things, often it makes it more complicated. But yeah, I do agree. So we usually try to just like ask about a lot of specific behaviors, and then we can either aggregate them, or we can say, look, this behavior was more common, or we say have engaged in a behavior or not. So like 1 or 2, you know, so there's different ways kind of to operationalize it.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you. Hi, Brett Kubicek, Government of Canada, work Public Safety Canada for our main program that supports preventing and countering violent extremism. It's to build on a link, Pete, that you made with Sam Hunter's conversation this morning, and to the point about a lot of senior officials are talking about, worried about lights flashing red. And Chris, you talked about moving things, you know, going up and down levels of analysis. A lot of that flashing red is about pretty clearly identified violent extremist groups and movements, but this panel is more including about broader concerns. And we've been pulled into multiple conversations at the Canadian federal government level, concerned about lights that are flashing, but it's not necessarily clear what color they're flashing and why. There's a distinction between data and theory. There's lots of data, often really good data that's presented, but it's all over the place. It's a mix of root causes, symptoms, and then there's kind of like a black box. And then there's like phrases like social fracturing, polarization, and then there's another black box because we're not sure, A, what's driving, and B, what the result might be. So I was wondering if you could reflect a bit more on that distinction between the data and theory, because the theory helps us get to why do we care about specific data, and there's finding not enough attention there. And I wonder if you could speak a bit more about that.
I'm not sure this fully addresses your question, but let me just say this. One of the things that worries me about the potential inflation of these figures is creating a self-fulfilling prophecy of sorts. In other words, we put these figures out there and people kind of, you know, I mean, Washington Post publishes it, New York Times publishes it. These are fairly influential sources and there's credibility. And I'm worried that to some extent, you know, people, they believe it and they feel like, well, others are willing to support, you know, use violence. How does that, you know, where maybe even just from a defensive posture, you're potentially increasing the likelihood to people start to see violence as some inevitability in some ways, that this is kind of where we're at. This is the kind of the state of affairs. And there's some interesting experimental data that shows how this actually can have that, it can have that kind of impact. So that's one of the things I think is concerning. Now, let's say it's 5% though, and instead of 30%, obviously that's still concerning. And that's, you know, you talk about the threat, you don't, you know, threat and numbers of people aren't always the same thing. We've talked about Oklahoma City today. We talked about Oklahoma City yesterday in Gina's opening remarks. That was arguably one person, depending on which you know, version of the events, but certainly one person that drove the truck in that day. You know, number of people and threat, not always necessarily the same thing. So that'd be, give others a chance to.
I would just say that I agree with you in that I think in terms of trying to get from data to theory, I don't honestly see what we're learning, to be honest, when we quibble about 1 or 1.2 or 5%. I think we learn a lot more, especially in terms of a response. We learn a lot more from a response and we start to figure out what factors are related to those particular attitudes or intentional behaviors. And that's where I think we should be spending our time for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really like the factors which are associated and might drive side of some of these developments, because if we want to change some of the intentions, some of the conspiracy beliefs, we actually need to know and need to kind of work on those things which drive it. And this is why in our work, the work Paul and I are doing, we're really looking how and for whom and when is important, and is really looking at the vulnerability and for whom is the risk factor important in what circumstances. So I think it's very important that we look at kind of the risk and protective factors, but we have to have a much more nuanced approach because we have such a long list of risk factors, potential risk factors, and often they don't have any relevance. So I think it's really the relevance of those factors, and we need to see whom and for when and why and how it is important. And this is a very complex task, and we have now better techniques and like statistical models we can do it, but obviously it's such a complex process, and there's only so much we can do with the data, but I hope we're getting a step closer.
Thank you very much. Listen, I hate to pull the plug on what could be a really impactful discussion, but guess what? I get to. And so I'm going to, because I want to talk to these guys more. You want to talk to them more, but we have another day for that. And so I've got a few little housekeeping. Well, let's first of all thank them. Thank you. Before you go, I do have some kind of important housekeeping items in advance of tomorrow, and I do have a prize. So there's a little candy at the end of the veggies. Veggie number one is you might see something rolled up that looks like cloth on your table. These are socks. These are Insight socks. It's kind of our thing. Some of you, Seamus, I think I saw them, are sporting like the last conference's model. These are like more athletic ones. My son will totally steal them. But wear them because it's cold in here. So use them. And this is beautiful because we showed you our best of the heat, and now we show you what it's like in, like 7 months out of the year in Nebraska. So there's that. Breakfast starts tomorrow at 8:30. We will kick things off at 9. So make sure you come to get something to eat. Speaking of food, because I could talk about this all day long. If you're not going to eat at Udalali or not going to eat here in a rail, maybe sushi in Benson. I told you it's the best in America. If you want to have the best steak in Omaha, it's the Drover. You will pay for it. The 1980s called and they want their iceberg salad bar back, but it's at the Drover. So you can have that. And if you want the best ice cream, see, we have the best in America. We might be the middle child. Best sushi, best ice cream. Seriously, Yelp. That's Chris, you would say Yelp is like a good survey, right? Like that's a standard. Good. Okay. So so Coneflower Creamery, 2 locations. You might see my beautiful daughter at one of them. I don't know which one she's working at tonight in Blackstone. So Rebecca, where you're staying, Millworks is a cool little arty area downtown. So treat yourself to some overpriced Coneflower ice cream. And now, last but not least, you are on hallowed ground. You may notice you're not just staying at any Marriott. No, no, no. This is the Exarban Marriott. You are in the Exarban neighborhood. And the last time we had our conference, so this is a little easy one for those who came last time. Everybody thought when we said Exarban, we're talking in Harry Potter gibberish. But Exarban really has another meaning. And if you know what that is, and you're not allowed if you're from Nebraska, you right there. Woo! Yes, Nebraska, definitely. True story. When we were a dusty, dirty little cow town, the city fathers, and they were all fathers, there were no mothers at that time allowed at the table. The city fathers decided to gussy us up. They went to New Orleans. We had to have a crew, Krewe, Exarban. That's how they fancied us up, spell the state name backwards. Anyway, that's it for today. Eat, drink, and be merry. We'll see you tomorrow here, 8:30 a.m. for breakfast.